And we're live! We haven't done this in a very long time. And you know, because it's been that long, there may be no one who actually watches this live.
We will.
We will watch
We're
this
watching
live.
ourselves right
This
now.
is an internet documentation of our live reaction to the 2024 Indy 500 that starts in about an hour and 15 minutes. So we've gone live early. And that's kind of interesting, really, isn't it? Because we've gone live early, and this is the first live stream of the season. There may be no one who actually watches the live stream up until the race, because people might kind of flit in and there, because it may not even go into people's notifications because it's been that long. We're on no sort of YouTube in terms of... There's one person here!
Yeah!
We've got one! Yes! We're back! Oh, brilliant. We love it. We love it. And obviously, I did the post earlier because we weren't sure whether we were. Nick, long time no see. Nick, it is a long time no see. But we've been here, just not here.
We've been terrible.
We have been
scheduling wise.
We've been awful. We've been busy.
But this is where the season starts.
This is where the season starts.
We're back.
Two people. We're back. It's incredible. We've got the Indy 500 on the background. It's an hour and 15 minutes. I suppose what we can do, as we haven't live streamed for any race so far, we can technically do like a debrief of the season so far. Because we've had 4 races and 4 different winners, plus that little weird Thermal Club $1 Million Challenge thing that, in fact, we didn't see that. Nice spirit. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. You see, this is what happens when you don't see us for a long time. Like, when we started this channel, Stephen had the beard.
That's what I was just about to say. This is the transition right here.
This is how Indy Fanatics has grown. The boys are back. Hi. Rossi girl, how are we doing? How are you feeling about Alexander Rossi today?
Rossi.
I am in orange, but not McLaren orange. That will be Stephen's McLaren orange for Pato. I am going Scott Dixon, the man who started it all off for us. When we were in COVID and I was flicking through channels going, oh, what's this Indycar stuff about? And there we are. That was our first full season. I haven't missed a race this year. I think I've missed a race and you've missed a race.
Practically, we haven't missed a race this year.
But together, and we come as a pair, we don't miss. My dark horse, I want to win him, but I don't want Zach to have a baby. I get you. So Nick's dark horse is Alexander Rossi.
Is he considered a dark horse? Yeah. Are we saying Penske are that far ahead? Any non-Penske drivers are No.
I think Arrow McLaren are always a dark horse because they are incompetent of putting together.
I guess they've yet to win it
full
in
charge.
this modern team.
Have they won it?
But they always have great 500 packages.
Have they won it ever?
Yeah, right. I swear they won it back in the day. Isn't it like 50 years since their last?
Win? You're talking about McLaren.
McLaren.
Well, okay,
like
technically, Larson wins. There we go. Jonathan said it. Larson wins. McLaren won a race. There we go. Yeah. Penske are clear the favourites. They were so far ahead of everyone. They were.
In the qualifying package.
I do have Scott Dixon. It would be nice to see Scott Dixon go too. And this is, when we managed to get some IndyCar motor. Particularly, it may have been a long time, but I think my dark horse is to win this. And that is Santino Ferrucci. Santucci! Hopefully Scott arrive at some point. We do have for the Indy 500, poster up. Centennial grids in the background. Brilliant. I mean, what have you guys thought of the season so far? We'll throw that out and we'll get on to the Indy 500 because, like I said, we've got basically over an hour to the race. So we've got plenty of time to kind of catch up with it. But what have you thought of the season so far? I thought after, because obviously last year went out with a bit of a whimper, not for any bad reasons, just because Alex Palou was so good.
Yeah.
This season, It's been nice. Pallou's only won one race. Dixie did another fuel-saving masterclass, which kind of was his trend at the back end of last year. I mean, he's always been good at fuel-saving, but he seems to have gone on these mega runs from there. Well, we had the Penske debacle where Joseph Newgarden won. So Pato technically is a race winner this year, just retrospectively, when Penske's came flying out the block. And then who was our other winner?
The Indy road course.
Scotty McLaughlin.
Oh, yeah, Barber. Yes.
Yeah. It was Scotty McLaughlin. Barber, the best race. The other races have been decent. Yeah, Barber was the best race.
Long Beach was great as well.
Yeah. I think Long Beach was great just because of the Scott Dixon fuel save. But then it got to the point where you were watching, and because you know what Scott Dixon does in the fuel save, you're like, Scott Dixon is winning this race.
This is true.
Yeah. St. Pete was Pato's only good race.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was the harsh reality. The consistency's gone.
I mean, the consistency's been gone for a while. Carl Larson on screen.
From mid last season. Since the 500 last year, Pato's consistency's gone. Exactly. But maybe this is the 500 that puts it back on track. Exactly. With a McLaren victory.
Exactly.
Pato!
He can dream. Let him dream, chap. Let him dream. Big C Burger, good to see you. They are alive. We are alive. And you are alive. We are here. This is just literally, it's not a live stream about the Indy 500. I lied. This is just a live stream to check if people are still alive.
But we're alive.
You're alive. Nick's alive. Jonathan's alive.
We're alive.
Rossi Girl's alive. Big C Burger's alive. We've got it all. Everyone's alive. What more could we ask for? We're glad they're there.
Still an hour to go.
Exactly. Yeah. And we've got a 33.
Everyone's alive.
Breathing.
We got another one alive.
We got another one alive. Incredible. It's so good. We weren't sure with the rain and storms whether anyone, was still out there. The winds, the storms.
Were they all gone?
We don't know. That's cruel, isn't it? They're showing Hinch's big crash on screen. He's in the commentary box. God, it was never the same after that. He lost his Arrow.
Finished. Yeah.
Well, he lost his Schmidt-Peterson ride after that, pretty much. Didn't he?
Then was condemned to a year out of Andretti.
And I actually, that is one thing that's remained consistent this year. Andretti. The Andretti curse continues. I mean, even Colton Herter, who usually is so good at qualifying here, didn't even make the fast 12.
I mean, if we want to start talking about qualifying, we can start with probably one of the biggest stories. Andretti fiend, Mr. Marcus Ericsson, making the swap to Andretti from winner to bump day.
Now, guys, can we say that moving to Andretti was a good choice for Marcus Ericsson? We've been saying this actually in the close season. What we've done. Where's the credit for Felix Rosenqvist? Yes, we'll go on to Felix because that's a Swede who's had opposite fortunes. He's gone the other way in terms of that. So it is a shame about David Malukas. We'll talk about that as well, but not surprising the team, isn't it?
Dave.
Go from there. But hopefully little Dave can bounce back because Malukas is too talented a driver not to be in there. Hello, there he is. Scott is in chat. Hello, gents. Love the poster. I've got one just like it. And I wonder how we got this one, Scott. Great to see you. Right, Marcus. Yes. We were going. It only makes sense, that move, in any plausibility, that Husky Chocolate basically were pulling out and Marcus didn't have the money to fund the ride at Chip Ganassi anymore. Otherwise...
What a horrific move.
Yeah.
Probably up there with one of the worst moves.
It wasn't
in
great.
recent IndyCar history.
It wasn't smart.
Yeah.
It wasn't. And, he was having a chance of winning the Indy 500 last year. He is going to get nowhere near it this year. And Marcus Ericsson wins the 2024 edition of the Indy 500. But yeah, no.
It is weird going. It's the worst move going to Andretti, which is one of the big three. The state of Andretti.
Yeah.
they're nowhere since Aeroscreen era.
Look, Ericsson is talented, like Nick said. Yeah, he has done that. He's performed reasonably over there, but that Andretti, since the Aeroscreen era, till the new chassis comes in with the hybrid engines and the, everything kind of works in with the Aeroscreen, which has been muted and rumored going around, but that's not even until 2026. Andretti are out of it. They're not a big three team anymore. They just cannot cope in this modern era of putting together a consistent season.
He's still he's a decent midfield runner now, but he's
Yeah.
gone from a race winner to a midfield runner.
Yeah, look, Elio Castroneves was very good, but he couldn't put together a consistent season. But he's made a career at being great at Indy. What you can't knock about Marcus Ericsson is at Chip Ganassi, he was doing a great job in this race, the Indy 500. And if he'd won a second one, if he'd won a third one, then he would have secured his legacy within the sport, right? It feels like he's thrown away that chance. But like I said, it could be just he ran out of money, so Andretti was the best option because they were giving him a full-time paid seat. Other Swede, Felix Rosenqvist. Well, this is the thing. He showed it at Arrow McLaren last year. He is super quick in qualifying, but I think we have to go mega credit. He's doing superbly well. They haven't had these kind of results really since Jack Harvey was at the team in Gunlin. It probably is more of a reflection of where Elio and Simon Pagenaud were in their careers, sadly, on that. But Felix Rosenqvist has been fantastic for Meyershank. And if there is going to be a Meyershank driver who wins it today, you'd back Felix more than you would Elio. Although, probably more the consistent trend that goes with Felix. The qualifying always looks incredible, and you go, wow, Felix is super quick. And then it gets to race day. The race result always kind of feels more underwhelming than anything else.
Yep. And let's not forget, he did muck up his Fast 12 qualifying run, which dropped him out of the Fast 6 contention. So it's just having that mental strength, I feel, with Felix to carry it through.
It would be a lot, but I think he is really relishing for the first time in his IndyCar career being top dog.
True, yeah.
Because he went to Ganassi, wasn't it, first off? And obviously he was just in Scott Dixon's shadow. Then he went to McLaren, and they'd already kind of great to see you, Jacob, in chat. Give that. We'd already kind of had Pato established as the main guy. So now this is the first team who've gone, Felix, you are our guy. And he looks like he's absolutely loving it. Deep in the woods. Then I predict a win for Andretti Global. Yeah. It is the type of thing that we could completely stitch up when we go, we don't know what's going to happen come hours. And if are we, I guess that's a good shout. Are we going to get a full race today?
No.
With it. No. There we go. There wasn't a debate.
Not
Stevens
with this start time, surely. Surely not. The target is 101 though, isn't it?
Yeah.
101 or over.
Yeah. I think we'll
get
get
an official race.
I think we will get at least halfway, right? So yeah, that should happen. Which I saw there was interesting. I think I saw Champ Webb on X was saying it could breed a very interesting Indy 500 that we haven't. So the majority of Indy 500s in recent times have been dominated by fuel saving.
Yep.
So the front runners are quite happy to exchange the lead a few times to go from that. Where with the weather being a factor here, people may not be as willing to kind of give up that lead. I mean, I know we have had it in stages like, when the Ed Carpenter Racing had that really good year with Connor Daly and Renus VK. Neither of them really wanted to relinquish the lead. They were quite happy to lead for as long as possible. But it will be interesting. Scotty McLaughlin in, obviously, the number 3 Yellow Submarine. I guess we'll talk about the pole sitter Fantastic from Scotty. Obviously, it looked like it was Will Powers, and then just Scotty McLaughlin just pulled out hell of a qualifying.
The final run.
Exactly, was absolutely superb.
Only like 900ths of a miles per hour split them.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was enough.
It was mad. Superb driving from Scotty Mac. But that car, obviously the number 3, has had obviously Rick Mears over the years. It's had such success. Al Unser, when he raced for Penske, it's had such success at this circuit. Could we today see success come to that number 3 iconic livery again? It is going to be really interesting. And I think Penske will also be very keen to put some bad press that they've had this year behind them, right?
Question, when was the last time the pole sitter won the Indy 500?
Good one. That's a question for chat.
I've never seen it.
No idea. We've never seen it. LA's win in 2021 was earned, but atypical for MSR. Yeah, absolutely. Sadness for not being at the speedway for the race. Had to leave because I worked tomorrow and didn't want to wait in the rain for only 15 minutes of running before needing to leave. Yeah, Jacob got it. But for those of you who didn't see the post, how exciting is we will actually be at the race next year.
Oh, yeah.
We are actually going to be at the Indy 500 in person. So if you can get to the speedway next year, we would love to meet as many of you Indy fanatics as possible. All of you. I mean, it's amazing that we pretty much haven't streamed in about 8 months, and there are still so many of you who've come back and were like, yeah, it's those guys. They're still alive.
They're still alive. We're still alive.
Jacob's still alive. Go from there. But yeah, got some cool stuff at the track this morning, so I'm counting it as part of my streak. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. I count it as part of the streak, Jacob. Let's rock and roll with that. Motor racing is a tough business. Penske doesn't pay the most, but everyone wants to be there. Yep. The term Yellow Submarine predated Penske. Its first use was in 1980 with the KR and Jim Hall. Very interesting. Scott, as always, our Indy IndyCar historian who helps us with any sort of kind of history. We've done our best to indulge in it over it. Why does Graham Rahal's livery look like
he's got like high vis on?
Yeah.
He's ready for construction.
Constructing a new car. Am I right? Whoa!
He also went for the interesting tactic of taking his kid up to the start lineup stand.
I suppose, seeing Graham Rahal as we go through the starting grid is what a performance by Takuma Sato.
Takuma!
Can we get a fairy tale? Has he won 3? He's won 2, hasn't he?
Takuma's won 2, yeah.
He's won 2, so he could get a third in 500 and a second with Rahal, Letman, Lanigan. What a fairy tale story that would be. Last pole win was Elio in 2009, so it's been a very long time. I don't know if this feels bad. Penske do feel strong, but I don't know if I back Scott McLaughlin. I do kind of, now that Newgarden's got the monkey off his back, I do favour it as a shootout between maybe him and Will Power in the Penskes for that. And then outside it, you just seen Grosjean he's out there between.
Remember that guy?
Grosjean? Yeah. In fairness, Grosjean's had some good races.
Remember when we said his win is going to be a matter of when, not if?
We don't get everything right. You're back. Fantastic. Great to see you, Don. Great to see you.
You're back.
Everyone's back.
Oh, yeah.
The gang's back together. Can't wait. Well, yeah, I suppose for Chip Ganassi as well, usually qualifiers so well here. It was such a poor qualifying.
With Chip, yeah. Way off day for, Honda as a whole.
Yeah.
Takuma was the only Honda in the Fast 12?
You know what? That might actually benefit Scott Dixon's chances for once, because he's been absolutely smashing it in qualifying every year. Starts on row 7 today with the likes of Elio Castro Neves. The race for 5 is alive!
Scott with the power move. All 3 children. He's up to everyone.
Yeah.
Elio's brought his daughter. but no one's matched the 3-child strategy from Scott Dixon.
And Marco Andretti, I mean, he could have just pulled Mario up. They're like, it's getting a bit old, Marco. Bring it up. Oh, here's Dad, here's Granddad. They won it. Great stuff. Well, no, actually, no. Michael Andretti is one of the greatest IndyCar drivers not to win the 500.
Yeah.
He went to F1.
Whoa! I thought Scott Dixon had this down. Ed Carpenter walks in.
Matches.
He doesn't have 3 children, but he's bought the wife.
Tell you what, that's a pretty good qualifying from Kiffin Simpson, to be fair. And is this Marcus Armstrong's first 500? Because I feel he only raced road courses last year.
Yes.
He has got a rookie. Is this his first one? Oh, next to his name. Yes, Mike. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's why rookie is next to his name. Go from there. But there he is, Marcus Armstrong. He's looking
New
smart.
Zealander.
Isn't Dixie's old kind of race engineer with Marcus Armstrong now? Like, I feel like Marcus Armstrong is the next Kiwi off the block for Chip Ganassi to go, that's my guy.
That's my guy.
That's my Kiwi. There
Alex
he is.
Below just misses out. He went 14th. Yeah, 14th.
And shout out to Callum Ilott being back on the grid. Can Callum Ilott do something? It is great to see Callum Ilott here. I think hopefully a strong Indy 500 performance can see him back on the grid full time, because I would. Marcus Armstrong is doing his first oval race. Well, this is the first oval race of the season, thanks to Texas Speedway. And I did get it right. There, the only one he would have gone.
Ryan Hunter bringing a 3-child setup.
Again, another great qualifying
Captain
from Ryan
America.
Captain America. Can he do it? A second Indy 500 for Ryan Hunter would be pretty great. Controversial take. Scott Dixon is a letdown at the 500 so far. He has had more bites at the apple than most ever get close to, and has only won one.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's controversial, Scott. I think he is a big letdown at the 500, and I think he would feel that as well, to be honest with you. But like you often say, and everyone so often, it isn't, Indy
the race
chooses
you.
Exactly, yeah. Go from there. Pato.
Pato!
He's looking humble, I feel is the correct word. The spin is back for VK.
Oh.
He knows what the crowd wants.
Jeez.
The spin is back for VK. If Rossi has a bad race today, Callum will take that seat. I don't know. Have they filled in anyone full-time in Malukas' seat?
Santino
Ferrucci, the new Captain America with the all-American livery. It's great to see a Stars and Stripes livery out there in the 500. You know what? Santino is so good here. He is so good in the Indy 500. I know AJ Foyt have had a few problems over the course of the 2 weeks at Indy, but I don't know.
He always puts it
There's
together.
something about it. There is just something about Santino.
Look at this. The all Penske front row.
Yeah.
Locked out for the first time in 36 years.
Now, because it is a Penske all front row, right? Does that mean none of them are going to win? It does kind of stink of that. Like, everyone goes into this race going, a Penske is going to win, right?
They are the clear favourites of anyone's predictions, right?
And I feel on a day that could be a little iffy, there is a lot that could go wrong. Hey, all it takes is some badly timed cautions.
And with the factor of weather, like you mentioned earlier, how much they're going to want to play nicey with exchanging the leads and whatnot.
You know what? We've got Teo Pourchaire is in Malukas' seat for the rest of the season. Oh, they did confirm it. I wasn't sure whether they had. Pourchaire is a great driver, to be fair. In fairness, we followed Teo a lot in his F2 days. And even like coming up through the ranks, and he was fantastic. He just kind of was in his junior career. He used to win championships. He just knew it. He got held in F2 for a little bit. I think obviously he's been Sauber reserve driver for a long while in terms of it. And fair play coming over and giving it a crack. And well, you know what McLaren are like. They like to have these drivers with the potential that they can go to F1. That's what they wanted with Palou. Palou saw it kind of going, you know what, guys? I don't think I'm ever going to get a shot in F1 here. I'm going to stick with the championship winning team. And he saw what McLaren were doing and went, you know what? I don't want some of that. And I think that's all been sorted now, isn't it? I lost track in terms of all their kind of throwing.
Yeah.
I think they have kind of sorted it. For there, but I'd imagine Teo Peixeira is here with the idea that if a Norris leaves the team or if a Piastri drops off, Teo Peixeira is definitely one that they would be looking to switch into that F1 seat at some time. So keeping him within that group is going for that. The Palou lawsuit is still ongoing. Of course.
Exactly. Yeah, fun times there. So should we do our own full grid rundown from the back to the front?
Okay, sure. Why not?
Cover any
Let's do it. We've seen the performance. Now we go for the analysis, in-depth take, right?
Even though we literally just seen the Stein grid, I'm going to put up.
So what's the same thing? We've got a classic marching band. This is what it is. Look, despite the rain, despite the weather, the show must go on. I cannot feel bad for Alex. He signed his name and then went back on it. Yeah, look. Alex has got to own it. And I think he has owned it, really.
Didn't he do it twice?
Yeah, well, yeah, because he did it going to McLaren and then he's done it going back to Ganassi the other way. Well, Ganassi said that he never left. As far as they're concerned, he's always been a Chip Ganassi driver. But hey, look, he tried to do it. He tried to pull two relationships along at once. He tried to keep them both happy. He was like, there's a little bit I like here. There's a little bit I like here. Try to keep them both happy. But no, Palou, you had to choose one. And when you choose one, you're going to make the other one very unhappy.
He did get an F1 test out of it, though.
Yeah, he did. And he did impress in that, to be fair. But F1 is F1. It's the Max Verstappen shirt at the moment. But well, I suppose McLaren and Lando Norris.
This year,
it is more competitive than last year.
There's a glimmer of hope that there could be some competition. So, back row of the grid. Graham Rahal completing his back-to-back bump day appearances.
Yep.
But this time, doesn't get bumped.
He didn't have to buy a seat in this time or someone to crash out and give him the seat.
Yep. But so Graham gets through. Disappointing again, though. Just proper struggles with Rahal and Lanigan, apart from if your name's Takuma Sato.
And it feels weird with Rahal Letman Lanigan, right? Well, I feel like we have permanently cursed that team for that one pre-season that we megally bigged them up. That with Jack Harvey signing, this is the step that this team need to take to go forward. They got rid of Takuma. They're going to make great strides forward. Christian Lundgaard really has been that guy.
Yeah.
But the team as a whole have gone backwards. Indeed.
So then we had Mark Texan, which we already covered.
Mm-hmm.
And then Catherine Legg comfortably made it through bump day, I must say. Quite impressive. Considering you had the likes of the experience of Marcus Ericsson and Graham Rahal cruise through.
She's also got a lot of experience, Catherine Legg, to be fair.
Yep.
Around the circuit. And a lot of experience in the series. So it was a bit like Simona Di Silvestro, who's actually on the Sky Sports commentary team for this Indy 500 over here in the UK. But I wasn't too surprised, especially as only one car was going out.
Yep.
I didn't really back her being that one car to go out.
True, but I probably weren't necessarily backed her to be the cruise through bump day.
Yeah.
Not against her, but she was literally up against nearly a back-to-back 500 winner in Marcus Ericsson, and she wiped the floor with them.
Great to see you as well, Carter. I know it's been a long time coming, but we are back. And Carl Larson on the screen, Big C Burger just saying, I hope he's made the right call, missing the Coca-Cola 600s. Well, look, it was awesome to kind of attempt the double, but it is unfortunate that the weather has just not done it.
Potential weather at Charlotte, so he may get lucky.
Wow.
And if we get weather early here, he can still technically make both.
Well, let's hope. Let's see what happens.
There is hope. And obviously, if he bins it early, he can also get out there.
Yeah, I guess.
So, that was the last row. Then we have Pietro Fittipaldi, Connor Daly, and Christian Lundgaard all in that second to last row.
Right, this may sound really harsh, and you can tell me if I'm being harsh in chat. I kind of haven't realised that Pietro Fittipaldi has been racing an Indycar this year.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he?
Yeah. That's it. That's the reaction. Like,
I was about to go, but he was only 500.
No, he's been in it. He thinks that Larson will run Indy again either way. Yeah, I think so.
Hasn't he got a 2-year deal with McLaren?
Yeah, he has. And obviously, I mean, absolutely fantastic. Not only getting through to the Fast 12, but also to the Fast 6.
Yes.
Didn't he? And looked genuinely at home in terms of that. But he's a guy that he's raced a lot of cars, so he was well equipped to adapt to a new car. But yeah, the guy is super talented, right? Super talented. And it is going to be great to see him out there, for sure.
So other than that row of going, haven't realised Pietro Fittipaldi's been racing this year. No other real surprises there. Obviously, Colin Daly's now basically 500 only.
Cloxy, Pietro been hiding well. He has.
Yeah, and then Christian Lundgaard's just suffering from Rahal and Lanigan's
syndrome. But can we say? Well, I guess we can say that because Takuma Sato again is just one of those guys who knows this course, right?
Yeah.
In terms of like Santino Ferrucci can be in bad cars, but still finds a way of performing well at the Indy 500.
And it sounds weird going someone who knows this course when it's only 4 corners, but someone who, it makes a big difference.
Well, it was
having
weird.
Confidence, knowing your lines to a point, getting every last bit out of the car. Whereas you got Graham, who's probably low on confidence after last bump day. Marcus, I don't know. Oh, wait, we're just talking about Rahal, Lemon, and aren't we? Yeah. The package doesn't seem too strong. But yeah, Takuma extracts everything because he loves this. He loves Indianapolis.
Well, this was the thing, like someone was saying, funnily enough, commented on one of our old videos just earlier today and was like, I don't get the appeal of going around in circles. There's more skill to me in turning left and right. May have been just one of those wind-up merchants, but I'm going, it's so hard to explain how skillful it is to run the Indy 500 because to the naked eye, it does look simple, right? But one slight mistake, you're in the wall at over 200 mile an hour. The fuel saving is a massive thing on strategy. If you mess up like the fuel saving thing, it could go. And it's such a physical strength, especially in these cars with no power steering. It's a real physical demand on the body. But just technically, the precision, I think, is so hard to kind of describe. I mean, we've never done it. I have an appreciation for it, but like, I think it's probably something only those guys can truly understand and describe how difficult it is to race well.
Yeah.
Indianapolis.
There was a thing. It was in Bump Day, Catherine Legg, she was given an interview and she was like, "Do you want the racer's answer or the human answer, and it was like that was the most terrifying experience of my life, or something like that, and I do not want to repeat it. Doing that stint to survive bump day.
Wow.
And it's emotionally, mentally, it requires so much toughness, mental toughness, because it can destroy you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, should we go next row?
Yep, next row.
We have Linus Lundqvist, Roman Grosjean of Juncos, and Tom Blomqvist.
I think, well, Tom obviously is showing his inexperience to the series, much more to what we probably would have expected. Well, I know Elio has qualified higher, but probably where Elio and Pagano's were in Meyershank. He has had a very difficult start to his IndyCar career just because of how well Felix has been doing. But I think the team, especially at Meyershank, are very kind of, we'll give guys time. If it really isn't clicking, then obviously we're going to let him go. But look, we're not going to get too panicked and worried about it right now. From there, so it's about what's expected. I suppose the more one is I was going to say Linus Lundqvist. Well, last time he was out was very impressive, right? Was it at the Indy Road Course or was it? No, it was at Barber, wasn't it? He raced really well.
Linus?
Yeah. I kind of want to say it was the last race that we watched together because you missed the road course.
So it would have been Barber.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Barber. He raced very well in that one, and for a while he looked like he maybe was on it.
Yeah.
In terms of
he was in the alternative strategy group, wasn't he?
Yeah, he looks like like Cole Kirkwood, I think has the potential long term to be quite successful within this series. So I look, not for him. He's probably struggling. Another rookie here at the Indy 500. But I think overall, a talented guy. I'm excited to see what he does in the series. Just as an overall encapsulating one, as we haven't been able to kind of give too many kind of full season stuff yet.
Nice. Next row, we have Christian Ramadson, Stingray Rob,
Rasmus,
and Augustin Canapino, which will be interesting to see how he gets on because he actually had a very good 500 actually, didn't he? Until he ran into the back of someone. I can't remember. He stopped on track and he had nowhere to go. Basically, I remember he was running very well last year.
Well, look, I know, right? I know Callum is in a better car than the Hunko's package, but it must slightly be a little bit satisfying.
For Callum, yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
And it wasn't really even Callum's fault, right? In terms of that incident, but for some reason, it just caused a whole ruckus, a bad fallout between them, and they've fallen into the arms of Roman Grosjean, which Grosjean's done well this year, but with how Callum was progressing, would Callum have been a better option? Anyway.
If I speak,
I will get in trouble.
Yeah. So, and then Stingray Rob, Christian Ramsden is a rookie this year. Stingray Rob's in about Stingray Rob kind of position. Nothing more to really add there. So going on to the next row, which we have our first kind of surprise up. Well, I guess after Ericsson being in bump day, Scott Dixon being in P20 technically, alongside Elia Castroneves and Marco Andretti. Scott Dixon and Chip Ganassi, none of their cars making it into the Fast 12.
The only thing that maybe, like in a dry Indy 500 day, I think Scott and Elio would have been benefited more from
a full
dry weather.
So 200 miles.
I feel like
up.
they may, to get a strategy that gets them to the front, other than relying on a well-timed caution to cycle them to the front. I mean, you're relying on a little bit of gambler's luck anyway from back there, but it's a little bit more difficult to piece together a strategy from back there. So I'd be surprised. They definitely are dark horses because of their success and ability at the circuit. And obviously, Scott's saying there, Chevy seems to have it over Honda anyway, which has been unlikely in these, well, has not been the norm in these last few years. But yeah, I feel like they've got a lot to do back there.
Nice. Next row, we have Kevin Simpson. Is that how you say his first name?
Yeah, Kevin. Chip Ganassi, isn't he, as well?
Yep. Ed Carpenter and Marcus Armstrong. Pretty solid row 6 there. Ed Carpenter still going.
Yeah.
Kevin Simpson, the rookie for Chip Ganassi, pretty decent qualifying. Out qualifying, obviously, Scott Dixon. See how he gets on.
You know what? It is the type, on a day like today, it is the type of day that if Ed Carpenter is ever going to win it, it feels like a day like today.
Potential chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might just be a smooth running. The heavy storm might miss the 500. We might get 200 full laps. Kind of drama less race, and it just goes down to a Penske shootout at the end.
Or there's a big crash at the front with everyone just trying to send it. And Ed Carpenter is a three-way fight between Ed Carpenter, Elliot Castro-Neves, and Scott Dixon.
Stingray Rob wins the Indy 500.
No! Oh, Stingray.
Jeez.
Stingray, I feel, if he was leading on the final lap, would have been on turn 4. He gives me that kind of energy.
Yeah.
There we go. Into the top 5 rows. Callum Idott, Alex Palou missing out on the fast 12, and Colton Herter, who got bumped by a Hail Mary last late qualifying run from Rinus VeeKay.
Rinus VeeKay, the fastest Dutchman out in the world. He's not. There's that other bloke called Max.
He's pretty quick though.
He is, and especially around here, he is
Max
very
hasn't
good.
been averaging 230 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. Rinus definitely got that on Max.
Yeah, so it's kind of like Scott Dixon, Alex Palou, it's Honda and Chip Ganassi. Just haven't had the qualifying package this year, but it's all about your race package. And Palou is in a decent place, and it's not where Palou starts in races, how he's shown. It's how he finishes them. And it's normally top 5.
Yeah. Even despite the odds, Palou finds a way of competing right at the... I don't know. Was VeeKay faster than... yeah. No, he probably wasn't faster than Ari.
Oh, true.
Yeah, he was next level good at IMS. Yes, yeah. All right, current racing Dutchman. You guys don't get picky. Of course. How could we forget Ari? Okay.
Nice. So into the fast 12. We have, just to double check. Oh, no, yeah. We had Ryan Hunter, Carl Kirkwood, and Takuma Sato, who we've already touched on. But Carl Kirkwood, only Andretti getting into the fast 12.
Very good. I like Carl Kirkwood a lot. I like him as a driver. And probably, if there's going to be an Andretti to win it, I would back Carl Kirkwood.
Carl Kirkwood. Nice, yeah.
But I don't back an Andretti to win it. So that's that.
Alongside Carl is obviously the former Andretti guy and Ryan Hunter, Captain America. Still got it. Fast 12. With Drea Rainbow. What's their full thing?
Dry Rainbow Well, I always thought they were dry rainbow, but they might have an extra thing on there this year.
DRR.
Yeah, I think there's like a extra thing. I'm sure, Hunter Ray will inform everyone of what the sponsors are.
Literally, yeah. But yeah, good showing from him into the first 12.
Mm-hmm.
One to keep an eye on. Like I was saying, there could be carnage in this race because of the unknown weather factor.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be a race that it takes an experienced head on shoulders to see it through.
Yeah. It definitely
like your
could
Scott
be
Dixon, like your Eddie, like your Ryan Hunter,
like your Takuma Sato. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. I felt you had a big build up there.
I was going willpower, but
I stole your thunder.
It's fine. It's fine.
Right. Oh, well, I just thought because we were on that row.
Oh, true.
So that was the natural one.
Takuma Sato!
Yeah! Happy
Which
days.
is another guy. He does feel good, Takuma. Back in his race-winning team last time out. Not last time out, the last win for Takuma in the 500 with Real Lanigan. See how he gets on. Another,
You say Rahal Lanigan.
Real Lanigan.
They multiplied. Letterman, he's gone.
Real Lanigan.
And news just in, Lanigan has married Letterman. They're now Lanigan.
Jesus. Let's move on to the next row. Row 3.
Wow.
Felix Rosenfest being the quickest Honda guy, which is pretty crazy considering he is 9th, alongside former teammate Pato, and the quickest Dutchman with the surname VK in Renus VK in P7.
That is, you can't dispute that one, Jack, can you? He is the quickest Dutchman named VK in the Indy 500.
Bam. Covered it. Renus was kind of I would probably say one of the stars of that Saturday qualifying. Or probably for the Saturday qualifying, he was definitely the star. We're alive! The star doing that last Hail Mary, deleting his lap time and just sending it into the fast 12. Jeez. And then only narrowly missing out on the fast 6 to Santucci!
The dark horse! The one everyone wants to win.
In his all-American flag AJ Foyt car.
Well, I say the one everyone wants to win, bar the guy who's in front of him, which is Carl Larson.
And probably the guy in front of Carl Larson, Alexander Rossi. The quickest McLaren, strong McLaren, coming in at 4 and 5. And obviously Pato making it into the fast 12 as well. Always have a good 500 package. Ones to look out for sure. And Rossi, Rossi started in the fast 12, didn't he, last year as well? But yeah, I say one of Rossi's best shots at the 500 since his first attempt at the 500, leading to that fuel-saving victory.
Incredible. What a debut win.
And then, Carl Larson, highest placed rookie. The guy can just drive anything, sacrificing probably his chance at doing the double, driving at the Coca-Cola 600 in the Cup Series.
But if he wins the Indy 500, is it worth it?
Yeah. And I guess that's what they thought.
It is the type of thing. He's won a NASCAR championship. It's the type of thing to put him down in folklore and puts him in those conversations as great drivers.
Yeah.
Around there. And, well, being linked to McLaren, I'm sure they'd probably link into an F1 seat probably at some point with it. But it'd be very tough, I think, in terms of it. But I'm excited to see what Kyle Larson does in the race.
Yep. Joseph Newgardt is one thing qualifying by yourself. Kind of, I was going to say no pressure, but obviously it's a lot of pressure, but is all on you. And then there's another thing, racing against guys who are sending it on you, or you trying to send it on guys who want to be defending.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we'll see how he gets on. But obviously, he's used to pack racing in NASCAR. And then, yeah, the front row, the Penske lockout. Newgarden, Power, and Scotty Mack in the Yellow Submarine. The very yellow submarine that Rick Mears took to pole on Penske's last front row lockout.
In the Yellow Submarine,
In the
number
Yellow Submarine,
3.
yeah.
Like I said earlier with Penske, Scott McLaughlin, since his IndyCar career has started, he has shown his early kind of things, and he loves racing at Indy. Like, he loved qualifying. I remember when the Penske car wasn't great and he wasn't allowed to go out for another qualifying stint, so they used the extra running time to try and get Joseph and Will Power higher up because he had come in at around 15th. But he does love it here. He has embraced 110% what the Indy 500 means and what it kind of means to Penske, what it means to the series, what it can mean for his career as well. And so, yeah, I think he will love to do that. But I just think now Newgarden got the monkey off his back last year, and Will Power as well just looks quick, looks good. Go for now. Why haven't y'all been putting out vids? Because we're bad people, Jaron. We're bad people. Life has kind of got in the way, but we're here for the big one, and we're here to share it with you.
This is where the season begins.
Right here. But yeah, back to it. I think Will Power and Newgarden. I just, if I'm backing a Penske car, I back one of those two more than I do Scotty Mack. No real logical reason. You know, it's just a gut feel.
If we're going for whether could cause carnage in mindsets, experience will win the day. You got to back the two guys who have won the 500 before.
Do indeed.
In Will Power and Newgarden.
Do indeed.
But Scotty Mack beat them both to pole. He's incredibly quick. We'll see how he gets on.
Yeah.
Like I said, 2009 was the last time a pole guy won the race. Maybe we're due. Maybe we're due.
Maybe we are
date
due.
That record.
Yeah. Maybe we are. Maybe we are. Right. I think we'll throw it over to chat in terms of like questions. I think it's the national anthems coming out. Stephen has taken his cap off. No. What do you... No. Don asked, do you have any equivalent to Memorial Day in England? No, we don't. In terms of, do you have anything similar to Memorial Day in England? We don't. The UK, especially in now times, I would say is a kind of very unpatriotic country. It isn't really proud of its past. Obviously, there are definitely misdemeanors not to be proud of, but yeah, the kind of British culture, I'd say, is eroded. That's a deeper story for it. Back to racing.
We get a bank holiday and we all just enjoy the long weekend.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Our kind of bank holidays don't really mean anything other than, whoa, no work.
The Thunderbirds!
Woo! Thunderbirds are go. There we go. Who'll be the first driver out? What a good question. It's got to be Stingray, right?
Sorry, Stingray.
Stingray. Well, I'm pretty sure we were harsh.
No, Stingray's the last driver
we went
out
with
as he
Stingray,
on turn 4 after coming around and looking like he's going to win an historic Indy 500.
No, exactly. You're right, Don. They did.
Stingray's always a safe bet for first retiree. This is true.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We obviously do have Remembrance Day, but that's more World War One and stuff. And VE Day isn't really celebrated.
Remembrance, it kind of all gets banked into one, doesn't it?
It does. It's kind of all for one package. But obviously,
11th of the 11th.
For all those people who did give lives, I think they do, and still military service kind of deserve respect for sure.
Sure.
Because they do what so many people would be scared to do. I say Stingray, Don. Oh, they're going for that. Felix Rose. Fun fact: the FR lockout in 1988 was in a PC18, the first car penned by Alan Jenkins after Jeff Ferris was sacked after a string of dogs in the mid-80s.
Sorry.
Terrible. There's not like a... Stephen's just got this image in his head. It's like, why was there a string of dogs at the Indy 500? Did they see how many... to measure how long the Indy 500 course was? They didn't want to make it...
We brought 500 dogs to the Indy 500.
Well, actually, we've started measuring things in dogs now. Dogs, I say. Yeah, the Indy 500 is about the length of 1,500 dogs.
So it's going to be renamed the 1,500 dog race.
We obviously use the standard metric of Labrador.
Yeah.
In terms of, obviously, if you are accustomed to the more European Chihuahua, then you're looking more at the equivalent metric of 2,500 length circuit.
Nice.
We have a holiday in the US called Veterans Day. It was renamed from Armistice Day, which was named for the World War Armistice. Nice. In terms of you do a great and amazing job out in the States of remembering those who fought for us and gave us our freedom. We've got Carl Larson on screen laughing with Zach Brown. He's like, yeah, if you win this one, you can race in F1. He's like, sure. Can I still get to the Coca-Cola 600?
Is that before or after the Coca-Cola 600?
If I race 200 laps really quickly, does that, can I just go? It's the fastest 500 on record. Carl Larson has done it in half hour flat, and now he's on a plane. It's not possible.
I'm just picturing the McLaren crew with sprinklers. Guys, it's raining. Guys, it's raining. You got to stop it. Carl's in first.
101. Get that man on a plane.
The helicopter just flies onto the track. Cinematic stuff. Carl Larson jumps on a rope. Bam.
Incredible. It's now getting exciting. We're now feeling we're getting to that start.
We're
the start is
10 minutes away.
Yeah, it's only about 10 minutes away from doing it. I cannot wait. This is the highlight of the racing year for us. And I know for so many of you guys as well, this is the greatest spectacle in racing. It is the best race out there because for so much of the race, you do not know who is going to win this one. It's one of those big events that always deliver. I know you can maybe have a little bit of an anticlimax in terms of the end, but it always feels exciting at the start. There always feels like elements of excitement. I know, wrongly or rightly, we've had the race finish under green flag, but obviously we've banned those moves, haven't we?
The dragon.
That's all been banned going forward. I'm pretty sure it has. I'm pretty sure there was
something.
I think
the dragon still stands, but you can no longer cross the white pit lane line. But I think you can still
that was
dragon.
Super dangerous, to be fair.
Yeah.
Because it only takes that to go slightly wrong, and you've got a big crash and a dangerous crash. So, yeah. Apologies, the 1998 Penske chassis was a PC17. Scott, how could you?
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Wow. And that's coming from Stephen.
Yeah.
It is. Turns out, but the 108th running the Indy 500. And this race just, you feel, every time you watch it, you feel so much history. And they did, I saw an X earlier, there was the classic, Indianapolis Speedway is so big, you could fit in this. And really randomly, what made me laugh, go from there. Hey, it's Tate, how you doing? Great to see you in chat. What really made me laugh, obviously, so I've gone back to cricket coaching. So cricket coaching is the sport that I do, and go from there. So randomly, not even like, I wouldn't even say it's like a big stadium. It's had like test matches here in cricket, which obviously is the long format. there. It's had some one-day internationals. It's hosted international cricket events, right? But the GS Rose Bowl was one of the stadiums that they put. You can fit the Rose Bowl in the Indianapolis 500 with all these other stadiums, and I'm like, seems really strange. Like I think traditionally, like a cricket, maybe like Lords in terms of it. If you were going for an English one, maybe like Headingley, Old Trafford, the Oval. In terms of those are kind of like big fours. Edgbaston as well. They're like the big 5 test arenas that usually get like the test matches between Australia and England. Then they just went the Rose Bowl. I don't think the Rose Bowl. I'd be interested to find out now that they put it there, but it just seemed a really random one to suddenly put in this diagram. They can fit this in, and of course, like Vatican City, the Colosseum.
Wait, the Vatican City can fit inside the 500.
Yeah.
You know what else can fit in the 500? A string of dogs.
No, the Vatican City can fit in, as well as the Colosseum, as well as the Rose Bowl.
Wow!
As well as yeah, it's huge. I have been to Ireland many times and never seen the infield golf course. Amazing. I'm glad it made you smile, Tate. Smiles come to us as well, seeing you guys in chat. And, pretty much like we said, pretty much like 8 months, I'm pretty sure it's been since we were last on a live stream with you guys watching a race. And you still all come back. You can't get rid of us and we can't get rid of you. And we wouldn't want to either. In terms of the rack is green and the sun is coming out. The start may be sketchy. And that could lead to an exciting race.
Cooler temperatures than last year. It's not a battle of endurance. There's a battle of brawn.
The 1988 Penske was designed by Nigel Bennett. Alan Jenkins designed the 1987 flop. There we go. That was...
Imagine poor Alan being remembered for designing a flop.
Yeah.
Eesh, especially a Penske.
Yeah. Well, look, it is a fighting chat of who actually designed the 1988 last front row lockout. Oh, look, will we see Spider-Man today?
The road to 5.
That was an incredible Indy 500. And you know who also raced very well in that race, who came just short of Helio Castroneves? Alex Palou, Stephen.
Of course. Yeah, he was leading until like the second to last.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Alex Palou's. That was his first title-winning year as well, where he just kind of burst onto the scene.
Yeah.
With it. So he's come a long way since then.
But he lost out to experience.
He did indeed. Look, guys, in the grandstands, I guess that's what we can do with you guys. Obviously, being at the 500 next year, you can give all the recommendations. You can help us all how we're going to have a great day at Indy. I think we're going to get like, I don't know, a little kind of B&B or something, or not Airbnb. I think it is somewhere near Indianapolis and then travel in. We're not sure how long we'll stay there. We'll hope to kind of get there for qualifying as well. So we can just make the full week experience, fully experience the whole thing. But yeah, you guys can give us loads of advice, everything on it. Go from there. The crowd appears to be well. It does indeed, Don. It is very wet.
Here's the command.
No, back home.
Back home, Jesus. Look, we haven't got sound. I'm just having to lip read people.
Oh, but it's Jim Cornelius and he's been doing it for years, hasn't he? Come on now.
Jim.
Come on now. Honestly. Come.
Jim, I'm just so eager.
Scott, we'll forgive you for not double checking. Still can't get used to Goma not singing. I know. It is weird, but Jim has done it for a while now, and he's got you. What I've got to say is, I respect the beard. It is a great beard. If he lets that grow out,
the second flyover. The Thunderbirds are back.
Look, all I'm saying, if he lets it grow out, right, he's going to make a great Santa at Christmas.
Yeah, true. He probably does do Santa for the kids.
Yeah.
Everyone goes around to Jim's house and takes all the grandsons, nieces, grand nieces.
Have you ever driven a left drive car? Yes. I drove one, not in America though. I drove one in Iceland. Which was a fun experience because the first time I properly had to drive, so we drove from the airport to where we were staying in Iceland, and then we had a shed ton of snow come down, and I was in a little Golf Polo. So that was fun in a manual car, and we basically turned out, we came to the traffic lights just outside of our residence, and there was a big pickup truck in front of me, and suddenly the car wasn't stopping. So we didn't want to go right, but we ended up taking the right turn, because if we didn't take the right turn, we were going into the back of a pickup truck. So that's my experience of driving left row. It got better throughout the holiday in terms of it. But yeah, it feels weird. Feels weird being that side for us.
I'm currently outside the car.
It just feels so much natural. But you guys are mostly all autos over there. Not many of you guys drive, what do you guys call it? Stick or manual, as we like to call it there. So autos, it's all the same. It's just getting used to more your junctions, isn't it? More than anything else. But Penske has given the call. Start your engines. Has happened. The sun's out. Blue skies there. Indy 500. We're going to get 200 laps here. I'm saying we're going to get 200 laps. Also, actually, that is another thing. Weird one before going off, because it's on screen. How weird is it seeing a DHL car for Chip Ganassi instead of Andretti? Because how long was that partnership with DHL and Andretti?
Mental, yeah.
Because Ryan Hunter-Reay was having it way back in the day.
Yeah.
At least 2011s, right? It might have been go from there. Jedi Jack to win, despite the fact he isn't officially competing. He'll use his Jedi mind tricks. Go on, Jack. What was Jack? Did Jack crash out? In terms of, was an injury? In terms of, he must have been racing, surely. What was it? Or he just didn't get the seat?
Didn't he not have a seat for the 500?
Maybe not. Sad times for Jack. He's there in spirit. But we have cars out on track.
What did he have injury?
You know what, actually? Indianapolis is home to my favourite start in any motorsports. Like, obviously, the old school Le Mans 24 hours was pretty fun with the drivers going, but that was just chaos. But I just love the 3 wide cars starting as it goes, and it just looks absolute carnage. Luckily, because we don't want it to go badly, but luckily, we haven't had any kind of incidents or car crashes on first laps for a while. But it is just a great thing seeing them all come down that first straight, all packed out together. It's great. Nice Arrow hat. I've worked at Arrow for 26 years. Hey, incredible. Incredible. And surely, after working for Arrow for 26 years, they must pay for you to go to the Indy 500 every year.
Right?
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 That's got to be right? Okay, I'm back. Chili dogs have been consumed to help me get over not being there.
Oh, yeah.
Smash it, Jake. What is our Indy 500 snack this year? Do we have Indy 500 snacks? Do we have food? Are we eating?
Well, we probably have the sponsor,
Corn.
Corn just Corn sponsors Indy Fanatics. It's not very good at payment though, Corn.
Yeah, I feel like there will be some people who just drop in and out of the chat. Most time it is you guys who've been with us there who completely understand the Corn reference. Well, maybe you don't completely understand it because there is no real understanding of the Corn reference. But there will be some poor hapless soul who clicks onto the stream at some point when throughout the stream we go, corn! And they're like, this isn't for me.
Yeah. Probably, first caution. I'll see if we got some corn.
Lap 189, no cautions.
Literally.
Just desperate for some corn. Pretty sure the official 500 snack is a tenderloin.
Interesting.
Wow.
What, tenderloin steak?
Wow. Now,
That doesn't feel like a snack.
steak on a stick.
Steak on...
Stick steak.
Steak on a stick?
Steak on a stick.
What?
Yeah. Get your steak on a stick.
Sorry?
Ilot in the bolts. In the pit. Ilot's in the pit. Oh no.
Ilot's in the pit.
We were doing all this amazing stuff, bigging up Callum Ilot. And now it's gone. 200 laps, pit road speed, 60 mile an hour. 2024 pole winning speed, 234.2
quickest
mile an hour.
ever pole
First
time.
fuel window, 29 to 33. And that first fuel window is mega. And it's such a quick, actually, pit stop, isn't it? That first fuel window. Because I believe we had that guy from Watchalong Racing who was telling us it just because of, obviously, the pumps work on gravity, don't they? So it's just because it's the heaviest, bang, that's when it really forces in. Pork tenderloins are a big deal in central Indiana. Well, next year,
on a stick?
We're going to have to get some pork tenderloins.
On a stick?
Pork stick tenderloins. It's happening. Early prediction on first crash. We had that Big C burger. I'd said the obvious choice, Stingray Rob. You know what? No.
Stingray Rob.
I'm going to go
Stingray.
Marcus Ericsson.
Ooh, desperation.
I'm not desperate for Marcus to crash.
No, God.
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Stingray Rob's just such a solid bet, though. You know? I want to see some stats of the first guy crashed out.
How do you think that feels as a driver? Stingray Rob is just such a solid bet to crash.
It's like when Jimmy Johnson was in it. It's like he's going to spin out first.
No,
Jimmy Johnson.
If Stingray Rob was smart, he would get like a sponsorship deal out of this. Like every time he crashes the car, he actually gets paid more money because they're like, oh, look at the screen time Stingray Rob's getting.
His sponsors get more shout outs than most of the grid.
Yeah, it is true.
In his post-race interviews, he's always like, I'm disappointed.
So I
let these guys down.
Here we go. We're lining up. We're going to go. We're on the back straight. God, we haven't commentated in a long while. This could be an absolute car crash. In fairness, I've never had one there. I've just known people who always made a big deal of them.
Woo! Woo! It's going to be us next year. I was just rehearsing.
It's going to be us. Hats. Wave.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. We are going to be led to green by Team Penske. Scott McLaughlin leads the field for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. We've had rain, but the sun shines in Indy. We are off, and it's green here in Indy. It's a great start. The Penske boys are going for the lead. Will Power's going to go for a shoot in turn one, and he doesn't make it. Cole Larson looks like he's dropped behind. Is Santino Ferrucci all the way up to fourth? I think already. Or he's dropped in there. Oh, big crash! 3 cars out. That was me. That is me saying that we've had clean starts for all the day.
I was too about to say that's a very clean turn one.
Marcus Ericsson! Marcus is out! Let's go! We win nothing, but Marcus is out. Let's go!
Oh,
and Tom Blowpigs. Marcus.
Wait. Let's double check everyone.
Oh, is that Christian as well in the 30? That's Lundgaard, isn't it, in the 30? There he is. Gloves are out. All
Went
the big
from
hype.
500 winner to runner-up 500 to
first out. Here he goes. Marcus is going. Oh no! Oh no! Bloomfist!
Tom.
No! He got tight and he's just cleaned Marcus. That is unfair.
That's heartbreaking.
I feel, in official adjudication of the event, it is actually Tom Bloomfist who crashed out first.
Imagine waiting a whole year for this.
Whoa!
And you just get, and Callum takes out Lundgaard.
And then, damn. It's just, it kept rolling as well. It kept rolling. Just a replay. Whoa, he's done. Oh.
To be fair, I guess that's more on Lundgaard's not seen Callum come through.
Yeah, that is tough. That,
Jeez.
if ever there was a time where the saying that was a rookie mistake, I feel like it was made for moments like this.
God, I actually feel bad for Marcus.
What is it? Done. Poor Bloomfist. Looks like a wanker.
Wow.
Straight, can't even know. Wasn't even Marcus's fault. That kind of thing happens that deep in the field. Exactly. When you qualify back, especially on ovals, any sort of mess, you are literally just praying. You are praying. And look, he just goes.
This is where his month of May all went wrong. This crash in practice 4. They never really recovered. It was a nasty one as well because that went right into the pit. Yeah,
that is a nasty one hitting that divider.
But then they had to go to the backup chassis, which is probably a big reason why they struggled in qualifying.
Exactly. You know the backup chassis now going from there. Monaco and Indy with the lap 1 cautions. Absolutely. Yeah, Checo was a huge crash earlier today, wasn't it?
That was a scary one.
That was nasty. It was good to see actually Checo walk away from that.
A car driving you into the wall and then the second wall impact.
Yeah.
It's normally the first wall takes out the protection and the second one you get the full force, but luckily.
Now, Stephen, I don't mean to alarm you, but it is technically the first caution.
Jesus, this guy.
Well, I'm just saying. Well, I'll get caught at the first caution. First caution, first lap. We have to give the people what they want. Hopefully we can make it to turn. You know, there's a really annoying kind of like reactions thing now, so I can't really see some of the comments in full until someone else comments. Hopefully they make it to turn 3 on the restart. Absolutely. I have no doubt that everyone is already saving fuel. Yeah, absolutely. You've got to. When you get a caution so early, right? You want to extend that pit window. If you can cut out a pit stop, it's huge, right? Oh, big spark as well, actually, when they hit the wall. In terms of that. But yeah, unlucky for Marcus Ericsson there. He would have been hoping for a good race, but yeah, it wasn't his year for sure. And instead, it looks like maybe Marcus Ericsson's maybe a fan drew his helmet. It looks like a kind of kid's drawing on the lid. So at least that got some screen time from there. But we have waited hours for the Indy 500 to start. We were excited. We were ready. We were there. And then we had a caution. And you know what, guys? I take the blame. This one's on me because I said, you know, in recent years, we've had quite clean starts, but, you know, hopefully we continue to have that. I put the curse on it. It is my fault. Awudi, Bloomfist is a bum. Scott Bloomfist. Oh dear. I think Marcus's helmet was designed Riley Shield Hospital. Nice. Okay, yeah, it did look like that. So yeah, that's a really nice touch. So at least that got some airtime in there, because sadly I don't think there was going to be much for Marcus Ericsson to really get excited about in the race today for it. But it did seem it was and it wasn't, you know what I mean, a big crash. So I'm hoping that this is quite a quick one to clean up. But we know, well, we know if this happens with about 5 laps to go, it's a red flag and the track's cleared. But this is usually, it takes a long time to sort out running order. So we'll probably get to about lap 15 before we go green again. That is the only thing that downs IndyCar and the Indy 500. It is a long time to get going after the cautions. Ericsson did the same thing in practice, got too low on the apron. Yeah, absolutely. Did he? Bloomfisk got pinched down. Okay, all right. So maybe not his fault. Who pinched him down? That'd be interesting to see. Interesting. So we have some early guys going on to the alternate strategy. So is that Kiffin Simpson in the number 8 car, I want to say, or maybe Marcus? No, it might be Kiffin in terms there. We'll see. Who can tell me who is 51? That's Stingray Rob, right? In the no. Stupid Stingray Rob. That is Catherine Legg, isn't it? Bring back the pre-98 1993 apron. Yeah. We can only hope that it feels any sort of touch really does punish here. So it's going to be difficult. But I don't know. What do you reckon? Do you reckon a early caution steadies the nerves for the likes of Scott McLaughlin leading out in front in the Pennzoil Penske car? Or do you think it makes him a little bit more nervous as the strategy does tend to kind of switch up a little bit? Yeah. Okay. Cheers, Nick, for kind of giving the commentary. So that is interesting. The tyre's been harder, so it's a little bit more sensitive to it. It is weird when you go onto that apron surface. It does really feel like, because it is such a change from the racing surface around the circuit, it is almost like driving on ice, and it does just completely throw the car off balance. So yeah, it's a shame for an early caution. It's a shame for them that the race done, but no big contenders, I'd say, there. And hopefully we'll get those early pit stoppers, like a rundown of who they were and who's gone on to the alternate strategy. I don't think the early caution impacts the drivers all that much, at least the ones up front. No, I think it's just almost a delay. Keep yourself in that kind of mental fatigue. Oh, is that Cheetos as well?
I got corn and Cheetos.
Corn and Cheetos. Look at this. We've gone in. We've gone in. We're ready now. We're ready. But I'm hoping that we're going to be lining up to go green in there. Scott Dixon, was he a big mover at the start? He's certainly on the screen. I don't know if it's for any relevant reason. I think you've got another lap. Okay, yeah, Scott Dixon, big mover at the start. Went from 21st and has gone all the way up to 15th. So don't rule out, like I said, maybe starting a little bit lower down is actually going to benefit Scott Dixon this year in the race. Yeah, I will. Dixon is making fuel as we speak. Absolutely. He goes in for his first corn of the 500. Corn!
Is it good corn? I had to scavenge for this.
It's great corn. Great corn. It's a great one.
I thought, oh my God, we got no corn. But I came up good.
So 11, that's Marcus Armstrong, isn't it? So looks like that might be Marcus Armstrong's day done.
Oh, man.
which is a shame. First 500. But as we're saying, Honda just have been short. But obviously, well, we haven't had a proper catch-up with you guys since the close season. Obviously, in the close season, there was all the drama with Honda potentially pulling out of the series, kind of flexing its muscle, saying it's too expensive to run in the series, and they're going to have to get a third engine manufacturer to make it more plausible. Do you think they maybe haven't invested as much
They've
in
checked
IndyCar?
out.
Yeah.
Or have Chevy just upped their game massively?
Well, that is the thing in a two-manufacturer series, right? It is going to be neck and neck, back and forth.
Yeah.
Because as one gets better and stays at the top, it's always harder to maintain being at the top with the hungry one behind wanting to get that success. So naturally, you're going to have that ebbs and flows. Very rarely do you have maintained dominance in any sport, really.
This is true. Well, and Scotty Mack with the fastest ever pole lap. It does show Chevy is maybe less of Honda having a bad year and more of Chevy just having a great year.
Question, as it's on screen, those
Snake
are
pit.
the snake pit. The people who go to the snake pit, are they interested in the race,
No.
or are they just in there for an absolute nuts party?
Yeah. It's just like a festival, ain't it? Gone!
Corn!
Womp, 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 womp.
Marcus looks like he's getting out of the house. Out the house. It was meant to be his house for the next 200 laps. With game over. Game over. Yeah, the goal of the manufacturers rarely align with that of the series. Absolutely. It seemed quite a rough period. I think it was... Oh, no.
Brake problem?
No, that does look like
No,
it's coming from
both,
outside
isn't
the
it?
engine cover, right?
I thought it was just the right, yeah.
Yeah,
engine.
so it's gone.
Marcus, tell us your thoughts.
I should have stayed at Chip Ganassi Racing.
Oh,
No,
no one's surprised to hear
last
that one.
year's runner-up, the year before I won, Chip Ganassi. They don't look as strong this year, but they look stronger than Andretti. That's what I'm getting from the interview.
Tell you what, they're stronger than you.
Marcus lost a motor at the Indy GP as well. Oh no, jeez, yeah.
Right. Marcus. I can feel for him a lot, to be honest.
It's tough.
Yeah.
When you get cleaned out like that, it's tough. But
he's not a driver I normally warm to, but in this situation, man, that sucks. Especially because I feel like for him in particular, last year coming so close, as soon as that race finishes, you're like, I want to go again next year. Next year comes and it's done in turn one.
stop it! We're green!
Green, 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 green!
Scott McLaughlin leads us to the flag. Oh, it's getting very tight.
Larson contact!
Oh, Larson, has he survived it? Yes, he has. Oh, got very tight, very touchy in the field there, but we look like we're clean through turn one. We're going into the short shoot into turn two. Looks like we maintain clean. A very tasty restart. I saw some dust kick up there. I'm hoping that there was no contact with anything. No, looks like we're clean. Will Power maybe looking on having a run. Who's making a move on that one as well? Yeah, he was. I was correct. It looks like on those timing sheets, Ferrucci did jump both Rossi and Larson. Larson's really struggled. Started P5, now all the way down in P14. Like you said, it's different running this course on the track on an individual just putting in fast times to when there are 33 other cars out there. Less now, in fairness, because we've had some crash out and retire. But yeah, great from there. Let's see, has Dixon made any more spaces? No, he's actually lost one on the restart. The other guy, the race for 5, Elio Castro Neves is up in 15th. So Dixon and Castro Neves, big movers from there. Hunter Ray had dropped out of the top 12, and Alex Palou and Colton Herter moved into the top 12. From there, Sato remains where he started. I believe, Cole Kirkwood, I think maybe is dropped or gained a couple positions.
Oh, and Larson just didn't get it going on the restart. Did he get bumped?
And that's where it got all so tight and congested in there as he came back onto that racing line. And who was that? The 23 that kind of went through on that front. But that was a great restart, and it's great, it's clean. We've got green laps. Hopefully we have like a horrid restart for Carl. It really was. And it is really difficult to get the restarts in these cars. It may be something that you feel is so easy, but any slight mistake, and when you're racing at these speeds, like just a couple of miles an hour off can be a horror show. In terms of, we just still got the replay on the main screen, but Willpower looking up on the main screen. Willpower is definitely looking like the early Penske to be challenging Scott McLaughlin, but Scott McLaughlin has not let the occasion got to him. He's running very well out front here, but the Penske strong, but Ferrucci staying with them. Rossi losing out that fourth place to Ferrucci. Go for now. Renus VK, the quickest Dutchman in the race, named VK, is going well. In sixth place at the moment. Is that a couple of spots lost for Pato down into 7th?
No, I think he's held.
And Felix Rosenqvist has dropped some positions, as is a standard Felix Rosenqvist race.
Has he?
I'm sure he has, right?
No, I think those are... No, they've all gained one place from Larson. None of them are lost.
Okay. Me just talking rubbish then. I'll eat some corn.
Corn!
Stingray Rob Tobias, Ed Carpenter 18th, Rasmus 17th. Elio Castro Neves, the race for 5 is alive. He's 13th at the moment. Takuma Sato looks like he might be dropping out of that top 12 soon. But yeah, Elio Castro Neves is flying out there. He did it when he won his 4th record equaling Indy 500. He was only an Indy 500 entry. He just had the whole year to focus. This is my one shot. This is my one race. This is where I go. He's had a fantastic start to this race so far. Let's see how it continues to develop.
13.
Oh. Who is that? Who was that?
Is that Elio?
I think it was potentially Elio on Sato. But the big problem...
Tell you what, Palou's had a great start, jumping up into P11. Who else? Colton Herter's had a great start as well, jumping into the top 10.
Yeah, I wonder if Hunter Ray had a moment. I feel, obviously, it's the dry rainboard car. It's not the greatest car out there. But I wonder if he still had a moment to drop out of that top 12 and go from there. Because obviously Larson's recovered and got past him as well.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Thank you.
That feels like, Rosenqvist has just taken Pato. So Rosenqvist moving up in the field, going strong for Meyershank. So it's looking like early signs that the Meyershank, as Tom Bloomfist is out of the race, actually has a pretty decent race package. In Elio and Rosenqvist. You know, Rosenqvist going well, still maintaining his top 12 position. And Castro Neves started, what was it, P22, P20 at the start of this race, and already on the cusp of getting into the top 12 in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Bloomfist, geez, he's not going to be a popular man. Not too popular.
Someone was saying that he got pinched.
Really?
So I'm not sure if it was entirely his fault. Marcus Armstrong going to be here very frustrated to be out the race so early.
Engine problem. Yeah. Bam. Jeez, this has been full on. Although the top 3 Penske's hold order. There's been no switching, no strategy of punch in the air, taking in turns to punch the air.
Well, I did
It's
see
just hold.
an early thing, comment from someone saying that the Arrow McLaren cars were going to have to work together to make sure they maintained with Penske. Well, that hasn't gone to plan. Rossi's 5th, lost a place. Pato Award is 8th, lost places. Larson's down in 14th. So they're scattered everywhere.
Yeah.
They can't help each other in those positions.
Yeah.
In terms of it. In fairness, the man who looks like he's holding with and staying with the Penske's is Santino Ferrucci.
Santino!
And this is the race. This is a race where we can say Santino has a genuine shot at winning this race.
Is this the highest he's been at the start of a race?
I feel like it is.
Normally, I always think of Ferrucci coming good at the business end of the 500. But being up here already, dangerous.
Absolutely.
Dangerous for the rest of the field.
Don, Scott McLaughlin reminds him of Al Unser Sr. Once he gets the lead of a race, he can manage a race. Yeah?
Tell you what, VK in that Ed Carpenter car, struggling. As Pato gets past him, and maybe the McLarens can meet up.
So Marco Andretti down in 21, Canapino 22, Grosjean 23. So the Juncos Hollinger racing cars together. Lundqvist 26, Rahal 27, Leg 28. Ilott down in 29th, but has now just taken Leg. And then our cars out of the 500 so far: Armstrong, Blomqvist, Fittipaldi.
Oh, not
his
yes.
season of in obscurity continues, and was caught in that.
Got out of this race early.
Otherwise,
people may have noticed him.
Exactly. Rasmus. Great overtake going into turn 1, and then a great exit into the short chute between 1 and 2. But it looks like he's continuing to make moves. Is that Ed Carpenter that he's just overtaken, I think, as well?
I think so.
So, yeah, he'll be coming up.
Oh,
engine problem. Who's that
Caution.
for? Caution. Are they going to pull that flag?
So,
Here
Catherine?
he is. It's Catherine. Oh, sorry. I thought it was Stingray. How cruel of me. Oh, no.
Oh, man.
And they had a great drone show before, actually. The night before the 500, I saw it. It's brilliant for Catherine, but her car is buggered. I'm not sure why they threw the caution unless there was
Potential
an oil leak
Yeah.
on track that they have to just quickly go. Dang it, Honda's not looking good.
Also on fire, so...
Well, Hondas aren't looking good unless your name is Felix Rosenqvist and Elio Castro-Neves.
Yeah. Felix, the leading Honda driver. Would we thought we'd ever say that? Well, we're saying it now.
We're saying it now.
He's become the main character in his team for the first time in his career. And it turns out that's all he needed to be. Damn, it's disappointing for Catherine Legg. 2 engine failures, and we're at lap 24. Kind of worrying, especially double Honda engine outages. Should we be concerned for the rest of the Hondas?
Maybe.
Could this be a heartbreak for Rosenqvist?
Well, it'd be a heartbreak for the series. Really, we want to see both manufacturers competing up with it. So let's hope that Rosenqvist and Castro-Neves can get it. They look like they are going to be the strongest performers for the Hondas. But
I love how you're just overlooking. I know, it's Andretti, but guys in the top 10.
Look, I was about to say Kyle Kirkwood. Look, I don't care what you say. With whoa, interesting here. We've gone for pit road. This is mega early. Okay, everyone's decided stuff it. We're just going to go
It's
for
not
it.
mega early. It's about, well, I guess, the first caution. It's pretty early.
Yeah,
You're
because they
about
would have
10
all been
laps.
fuel saving.
About 10 laps, yeah.
So this is our first chance in pit road. This is the first one to kind of gain and find positions, flying out. Anyone out there? Willpower gets in ahead.
All same
Santino, Ferrucci. Yep, they all four go from that. Rossi stays. Rosenqvist stays. And actually,
very clean first mass pit road. VK's lost 2. Elio's lost 2.
okay.
Dixon's made up 2.
Cool. Cheers, Scott. At those speeds, any fluid can cause huge crash, so they'll throw the caution without much. Yeah, absolutely. As always with Indy, much rather.
Canapino's up 4. Chloe gets them to the top 10 on pit road. Jeez.
Castro Neves down 2 and Dixie.
Up 2, yeah.
Maybe it's Dixie who's going to be the power in a Honda car. Dixon. Lap 25 of 200. And the majority of laps so far have been caution! Careful. Do you want to do a bowl swap?
Bold swap. Oh, bold swap. Pleasure doing business.
Just to so today's video is sponsored by Cheetos and corn. A Penske position swap wouldn't surprise me. No, it wouldn't.
And that's how we demonstrated on screen. Consider Scotty Mack was the corn and Will Power was the Cheetos. We've now...
Let's look at a replay. Let's talk. Let's try and discuss how this move might happen. So, who was the Cheetos?
Well, no. Scotty Mack's the Cheetos.
Okay, so Scotty Mack is the Cheeto, so he'll be leading a race, but you really want to make sure that you're leading away. So you may just ease up a little bit, let your teammate Will Power kind of come out in front. And then Will Power, because you're punching that hole through the air, so when you're sitting in behind, you can save more fuel and, you can really work your strategies together in terms of that aspect. So, as demonstrated here, this is what Penske made.
We're going green! Change back!
Scott McLaughlin leads. No, he doesn't. It's Stingray Rob leads the Indy 500 End the race.
Chicken flag.
Connor Daly's too. Connor Daly surely is going to fight. And there he is. Yes, Connor Daly has taken the lead from Stingray Rob. Hometown boy, Connor Daly at the Indianapolis 500. He may not really be in contention to win today, but he is certainly going to take his chance to lead as many laps as possible. I wonder, it'll be interesting to see the crowd, but last time Daly was leading laps, it was a really kind of popular one from the crowd to kind of see their hometown boy leading him.
Ferrucci is P2.
Oscar Santino Ferrucci is an incredible driver. Don't laugh.
Santino has overtaken both of the support acts in the Team Penske and is now on the tails of Scotty Mack. Oh, someone's in the waters, Graham! You spin me right round, Graham Rahal.
I was like, I'm pretty sure Graham's number isn't 8, but you said it with such confidence that I had to believe you.
His name works better for the sun as well.
Be the one.
Be the one.
Be the one, Kiflin, to bring us, Linus, another caution.
Another caution.
This calls for a snack break.
And another Honda engine.
I don't think we can blame the Honda engine for that one. We'll see what happens, but I don't think we can blame the Honda engine for that one.
Well, now we're cautioned. Do we now go back to our demonstration of the
I think we can save that for later.
Save that again for later. Yeah. Car just won't turn left, which is a problem.
He just got all squirrely and could not save it.
Yeah.
That, again, is what could be classified as a rookie mistake.
Yeah.
And cliches, as Scott brings out another one, yellows breed, or cautions breed cautions.
When things go wrong, they go wrong real quick. And it's difficult to save it. And he ran out of time.
I think from memory, it felt like the last couple of Indy 500s have had quite a lot of green laps running as we're going. Oh, here we go. So they were going 4 wide into turn 1. So that always feels like a recipe for disaster. So we got really tight on there, got caught probably in the wash of the cars in front of him in the aero wash. And
we've got to remember, this is a super low grip 500.
Yeah.
Because the track got completely washed out only a few hours ago.
Yeah.
So there's no rubber being laid down. Well, I guess there are, relatively super low grip 500. A lot cooler temperatures than there would have been last couple of years.
But yeah. What I'm hoping is, let's go on the flip side. We've had not many cautions in the past couple of years, but quite a few cautions late on. Let's hope we get the reverse. Let's hope we get all our cautions out the way come the start of the race. And then come the end of the race, we just go green and hopefully have a really exciting close finish that isn't under any kind of controversy or drama of should a red flag been blown or not.
I love the optimism.
I'm nothing if not optimistic. Look, in fairness, it's unfortunate for Linus, but he really should have probably just backed out, right?
Yeah.
Going 4 wide into turn 1 is always a tricky one. And it's always going to be difficult to do that. The only thing I'm thinking here is, has anyone got a weather update? Because these cautions are obviously making it's not been the fastest few laps of the Indy 500. Oh, well, Linus should have backed out way earlier, because just looking at the replay again, he was getting squirrely even going into turn 1. So he should have gone, you know what? I'm going to count my chickens here and just stay in the race. As the also cliche saying, if we make it a time for cliches, and going to finish first you must finish.
So in theory, if we ignore any potential of rain, checkered flag will be at 8:15 p.m. local time. So we started the race at 4:45 local time, which gives us 3.5 hours race window, which would deliver us less than the 200 laps.
Yeah.
Especially if we're caution filled. But we should easily get over the 101.
Now Connor Daly has the lead. This is topsy-turvy. Well, look, Connor Daly was struggling anyway, but definitely with Daly and Rob being out there without the cautions, it's...
And I think we're good for weather. Weather should fall after 8:15.
I tell you what, Daly and... it's a little bit interesting, actually, Connor Daly. I don't think it would happen. I don't think they've got the car or the package to compete for the race win today, right? But... everyone has pitted bar Connor Daly, and if he's been fuel saving and can save a pit stop here, maybe come later on in the race,
Connor Daly, hometown boy,
could be in the picture. Would you like to do a trade back?
You done with your Cheetos?
Wow. I'll just finish them.
So as we saw, we can have Joseph Newgarden and Will Power calmly sitting in second and third behind their friend Scotty Mack. But in comes Santino Ferrucci!
And Ferrucci overtakes them all.
For our visual learners, there you go. That's the recap of the last screen. And we're going green.
So Connor Daly leads us to green, and Stingray Rob's going to have a go. He's going to give himself. Scott McLaughlin goes around the outside. Can Santino Ferrucci get past Stingray Rob? It looks like he can, so he's going to follow McLaughlin into the short chute. But that is a great restart from Scott McLaughlin here. Like we said, the weather may not be a point here, but it's definitely Scott McLaughlin is going to take every opportunity he can to lead this race. Connor Daly retakes Stingray Rob, and if he can sit behind the leaders here, it's going to be interesting to see how deep in the race Connor Daly can go here, because in the traditional pit window, this is at the back end of the pit window. So with those cautions, obviously we've had 3 cautions so far. How deep can Connor Daly go on this first stint? Joseph Newgarden getting around Graham Rahal there. You've got Rahal, Lundgaard littered in as well. They're the ones who stopped. So clearly Rahal, Lettman, Lanigan, and if the race package is any good, then Rahal potentially cycled to the front on that horror one where they didn't fix his wheel on his last great chance to win the Indy 500 with it.
Jeez.
Yeah, he kind of had this one where he'd gained an extra pit stop.
Oh, Colton Herta on the inside of Power. Does he make it? I don't know.
Connor Daly
they cut it away.
Is going for it.
But Power maybe he's struggling with the balance on his new tires, because he is struggling out there.
Potentially, but Connor Daly is flying out there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think, like I said, I don't think Connor Daly's got a package to win this race. So I think he's just going to take the small wins of can he lead as many laps as possible at the Indy 500 as he can. Because realistically, it is Connor Daly also putting on a show and going, you know what, does anyone want to take a look at me, even if it's an oval only kind of seat for it? Because Daly is very good at the ovals. He has been strong on those. It's the road courses that he've usually let him down, because even in his days where he was doing Carlin ovals and Ed Carpenter Racing for the rest of the season, he got that pole position, didn't he, on a short oval? I can't remember. It might have been Iowa or maybe Gateway from there. But yeah, Connor Daly is flying. And yeah, look, he's going to take him. Connor Daly is going to lead the Indy 500 again. Oh. So superb there. Great to see the hometown boy getting some laps in. Ferrucci quite comfortable, just sitting in behind there and letting Scotty McLaughlin do all the hard work.
Whilst you were looking at the front, I was looking at the back end of the top 10 and just seeing the collapse of the ongoing collapse of Will Power. The setup just isn't there on this run, because he's already down to P13. He is dropping like a lead balloon out there.
And I think also saying there, Rosenqvist hasn't had a great... I know there's some cars filtered in there, but he's lost out to O'Ward. Palou seems to be a big winner. He's working his way up there. Colton Herta, highest placed of the Honda cars, which we think obviously in the picture. Obviously, we've now got Daly, Rob, Lundgaard, Rahal on an alternative strategy out there. Oh, wow. So Connor Daly and Lundgaard and Rahal were one of these ones who ran early. So they're the ones who pitted on lap 4. So they really could be in for quite... They went early on the alternate strategy. So we don't know yet. Like, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Indy 500, but I'm pretty sure everyone who is still here is familiar with the Indy 500. Like the first kind of 150 laps of the Indy 500 is a chess game. It's all strategy. It's all placing yourselves, getting yourselves in position to all set up for that last 50 lap shootout, which is the end game. So it is going to be really interesting. We've already, with those early cautions, seen some split strategies go. Quite the interesting one at the moment is all the big top runners are on the same strategy.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say there's a big car, so to speak, because Linus Lundqvist also was on this early pit strategy, but obviously he's out the race, so no big team cars are on this alternate strategy. But if a minor team is going to win today, yeah, it's interesting to see how this daily Lundgaard and Rahal strategy works out. But Daly is the one who's making it work at the moment for sure. But Palou seems to be one who's flying out there as well. Although I don't know, he is overtaking Rahal and Lundgaard, who are on the older tyres as well.
Whew. The Penske trio have been torn apart out there. We were early doors going, McLaren needed to stay together to split this Penske trio. They're now spread across the field. Scotty Mack second, Newgarden sixth, and Power struggling to even stay in the top 15 at this rate, as both Rossi and Ferrucci move within de facto second and third. Scott Dixon just making a double move into turn 3.
Yeah, Rahal looks like he's dropping big time now. He was 9th, so I don't know if Rahal has had a moment out there, but he was 9th a minute ago and he's dropped all the way down to 14th from there. So I think we're knowing on the alternative strategies that Rahal and Lundgaard isn't working, but Connor Daly is really interesting for me at the moment because, like Scott says, he's really good at IMS, but his equipment is rarely up to the task of winning the race. So this is really interesting. There's clearly pace in that because he's the other driver with Ryan Hunter-Reay, right? I'm pretty sure he's in the dry rainbow car.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting to see there is clearly pace in that car. It's just whether it's enough. Sato and Castro Neves seem to be big losers. From
How is he on that
alternative
strategy, though? I'm not sure how well they're going to be placed.
Well, yeah, I don't know. The only thing is gaining a pit stop, right?
Mm.
And he pitted on lap 4 and he's come out ahead of everyone. So when everyone makes their last pit stops, he will be on old tyres and they'll be able to go flat out. It's just whether he will be able to hold that pace and it would be dropping out. But it's interesting to go. So, but Daly drops into the pits. It's now lap 44. Looked a pretty good stop to me. No dramas. So that's positive to see in terms of that. So Scott McLaughlin now leads this race again. And it looks like he's coming to the rear end of the field. And is that Ryan Hunter-Reay?
At the back? Surely not.
It looks like it. Because Ryan Hunter-Reay, everyone else below Ryan Hunter-Reay from the timing sheets looks like they were out. It does seem quite spread out. I'll give you that, Scott. I don't know if it's something they've done. Was there a big aero change this year? I don't think. You're thinking too far forward, Mike. This is an 800k race. I know I am. There's a lot that can go wrong and things. Like I said, it is all the kind of chat. It is all the kind of chess game. Everyone putting their pieces into play. There is plenty that can go. And there's a rock show going on in the snake pit. They are bopping out there. We've got the headbangers. We've got a mosh pit.
Oh,
Stephen is spiritually in the snake pit right now.
Oh. If only we had audio. Surely that isn't Ryan Hunter-Reay. How did he go so far back?
I don't know. I'm convinced it is.
Who else is in a white car livery? Rasmus? No, that's Rasmus, isn't it? Rasmus.
So, for context of one of our other kind of, you go, Stephen, you rock.
Oh, yeah.
For kind of context of it, there's a very popular football YouTuber in our country, Mark Goldbridge. And his team is Man United, and they have a forward called Rasmus Højlund. He's Danish, and whenever he does well, he's like Rasmus, Rasmus. So I feel it's only fitting that we give it to Rasmussen in this Indy 500.
Rasmus. Surely that isn't right, Hunt. I'm in disbelief if he's had such a poor set of cautions that he's now at the back by margin. We haven't got a leaderboard right now. I can actually check it, can't I?
You can. It looks like Graham Rahall's come in. So he's pitted a few laps later than Connor Daly. Just held it on out there. So it's again interesting, his alternate strategy. I don't think Lundgaard has pitted again. So Lundgaard technically should be the next man into pit row.
I can't get live info.
Yeah, another parallel with the 1988. There's a Daly in the race. Back in 1988, it was his dad. It was indeed. It was indeed.
Oh, man. Catherine Legg's sponsors just had a little advert.
Oh.
And it finished with Go Catherine Go.
Well, they were optimistic that, by lap 50, she was still going to be in the race. Turns out she wasn't. But it wasn't her fault. Her Honda just gave up on her.
Those pesky Honda engines.
Oh, right. Okay, so this is now, it looks like everyone has pitted.
Oh, my
Rasmus is flying out there, actually. Yep. Looking at that, he's moved into the top 10. Rasmus!
Rasmus! Is that Connor Daly then in the white car?
Looks like there's a little bit of a recovery from Cole Larson finding his feet after that poor restart. He's moved back into the top 10. Rosenqvist maintains 7. So Palou, like we're saying, big mover. Newgarden's holding MP5. Herta flying
Finally! Colton Herta! The leading Honda driver!
Will go wrong. But Alexander Rossi will also probably go wrong because he's in an Aaron McLaren. But Aaron McLaren were looking strong pre-race, and he is the only one who's maintained their good qualifying into a top 3 there. So I don't think, look, it is a long way to go. But I did have that gut feel that with the Penske dominance, and I mean, Scott McLaughlin can still go on and smash this, right? But
they've had a bad
they haven't gone on and dominated like we thought we would. They haven't just run away with the race, which is good for the competitiveness of the Indy 500. It keeps things interesting.
Top 4 are all from 4 different teams, which is pretty incredible. Mainly all Chevy, but you have got Colton in the Honda. We're only a few laps away. Top placed Honda.
It's a top placed Honda.
So we're about five laps from the pit window opening.
Jacob, I will accept a Connor Daly win in exchange for me leaving early. Go on, Jacob. There's a lot of racing. But we have gone past the quarter mark in the 2024 Indy 500, the 108th running of the greatest spectacle in racing.
Nice. Above the marketing team?
Yeah, well, what we didn't tell you is we're going to the Indy 500 next year as the comms team.
Wait, quick maths. 108th. Going next year. The 109th running of the Indy 500.
No! 4 pit stops to go. Anything can happen.
Fly.
You're right, Don. Anything can happen.
Didn't even
Honda
need a calculator.
In trouble. Santino Ferrucci flying out there. Sitting in the slipstream. I feel it in my bones. wearing a
Feel
Scott
it
Dixon
in my
t-shirt.
fingers.
It's a Ferrucci win. It's a Ferrucci win.
Do.
Strashes. Larry Floyd.
Good old Larry.
Foyt. God, can't make up. How amazing would it be to see the number 14 car in victory lane again? Pouring milk in the hands of Santucci.
Oh God,
We're dreaming out here. We're dreaming out here, Santucci fans.
Santucci has never done this good so early because I don't remember this starting so early. We normally have to only deal with the pure Santucci love last 50 laps.
Yeah, when we're going in the running, it's like, and Santucci's 14th, and you're like, yeah, he could still be in this.
Now he's P2. We're having to mention him every lap. Jeez.
Santino Ferrucci in the slipstream, the Scott McLaughlin. Back now on Santucci watch.
Oh God.
Welcome to Indy Fanatics, aka Santucci's fan club. AJ's 89. Wow.
So this is Connor Daly and Stingray Rob fighting to stay on the lead lap there, isn't it?
Anyone knows how big a legend AJ Foyt is. So at 89, before...
Caution! Caution!
It is finally his time.
Engine failure!
No, that's Connor, isn't it?
Bum.
No, it's Felix. Felix.
Another Honda engine. We even I jinxed this. I said wouldn't it be heartbreaking if he had an engine failure?
You're a dick.
That's the third Honda engine failure, and we're barely over a quarter of the way through this race. What?
You're a dick. You are a dick.
To be fair, he fluffed it anyway, but yeah, I take that.
Indy Fanatics would like to take this time to make a statement to apologise to Felix Rosenqvist and all his fans for the inconsiderate and ill-thought-out comments by Stephen that led to Felix Rosenqvist's engine going boom.
Going boom.
Pit stops incoming. It is going to be pit stops incoming.
Perfect for the pit window, which I think stuffs the alternative strategy guys even more. But
does it? Because it's not too long since it still is about 10 laps, right?
No, this is full at the perfect time. You see yeah,
but Daly cycles to the front.
Yeah,
Rahal Lundgaard cycle to the front.
Will they be able to get to the front?
Yeah, they cycle to the front, surely, right? Drive through for Stephen. That is the very least he deserves. Straight disqualification. Get that man out of here.
These goddamn stewards. If anyone else wants me to jinx any drivers, just give me a shout. Always happy to do so.
If you dare. If you dare touch that man. If you dare. It is his time. It is his time.
Oh no.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Fine. I'll jinx drivers by myself.
Get out. The three Quifts are out. They are. Rosenqvist, Blomqvist, Lundqvist. It just wasn't a day for the Scandinavians. Unless your name is Rasmussen. Deep in the Woods is going wild on the parallels to 1988. More parallels with the 1988. Back then, Fittipaldi finished second. And this year, the Fittipaldi is classified second to last. Might be a stretch there. We might be stretching at that one. But I appreciate the effort. We're into pit row. Everyone is in. This is going to be carnage. Now, question is, do Santucci and the AJ Foyt team want to get ahead? I think it is track position. You want to be out there leading that race. And so there looks a clean pit stop so far from the AJ Foyt team. Yes, that's clean. Go, go, go. Scotty McLaughlin is down further down. Can he get out in time? Oh, is he going to be out in front? Is he going to be out in front? Yes, just about in front.
Ooh. It's like Colton
Ferrucci's down 4. So
Yeah.
Pallot's up, Newgarden's up, Herter's up.
Rossi, big winner.
Moves up into P1.
Move on
ahead
up.
of Scott McLaughlin.
Do.
Well, P1 out of the race of pit road, right?
Slow motion of an engine failure.
Graham Rahal's going, it's my year.
Before he registers, he's also driving a Honda engine.
Wow. Felix Rosenqvist was sponsored by Prime. That's an interesting one.
Speaking of words that begin with P, Prema are joining the grid next year.
Are they?
Yeah.
Good to have another team.
European team coming over stateside.
Well, it'll be interesting. Hopefully it goes better than Carlin's effort.
Yeah.
Although Prema are technically a bigger team from that, and they will have some Ferrari juniors available and go from there. So they'll have some talented roster of drivers from Europe that can come over. But as you know, Scott, I know we don't want too many Europeans coming over. We still want the American talent out there, and we want the road to Indy to be the best one. This cycle's Connor and Stingray back out front. This could get weird. It could do. That's what I said.
Could get weird.
Cycles them to the front.
Wait, who? Connor.
The question is, have Lundgaard and Rahal done enough to cycle to the front?
Surely not.
Maybe.
They lost out too much, didn't they?
I don't know. Who knows? Snake pit.
Well, Connor and Stingray actually at the front.
Yes.
Is Stingray Rob legit having a good
bump.
500?
So when they cross here, Joseph Newgarden should be ahead of Alex Palou. And yeah, Scotty McLaughlin.
P2.
It's P2. And Ferrucci's way back. But
still in the same camera shot. Which is,
the race on pit row is killer.
We'll spend about 5 minutes talking about this 15-second period. But really, it means absolutely nothing. If they're in the top 5 or whatever, top 10, they're there to play. And Stingray Rob is legit second.
So, yeah, Lundgaard and Rahal, whatever strategy they were on, is out the window.
Yeah.
But Connor Daly.
True.
Connor Daly. And it's another fuel save.
Yep.
And he's out in front.
Yep.
And he's got track position.
Yeah. I agree with all 3 statements.
Hy-Vee, feed in America.
But as much as we look...
Shell, fueling America.
Stingray Rob.
Oh. Firestones, drive in America.
Stingray Rob.
I was just getting excited. Well, look. Okay, yeah, after all the doubts, seeing the easy option, he is up there in P2 on the same strategy as Connor Daly.
And you think the other guys on that strategy, Graham, other people, Stingray Rob doing a great job. He's the only one else making it work other than Connor Daly.
And you know what?
Will he hold on? I doubt it.
No. I'm going to uncurse him.
Uncurse?
And say he will crash before the end.
We have said he will lead the final lap of the 500 and bin it on turn 4. So we shouldn't be too surprised.
Unsafe pit release.
Nah, they won't do anything about that.
Of course not. Yeah, why are we looking at this so much?
Literally, all the moves are on track. If we were going 2 laps to green, then I'm going, these are massive moves. But I guess nothing else is happening, right?
Yeah. Early doors. It's one of those cautions again where it takes far too long for what it is. It is the...
They did have to clear a car this time, to be fair.
I know, but it was still off to the side, right?
Yeah.
I felt like it was quite near. Is there something wrong? Was it that rear tyre didn't quite go on? A little bit of extra fuel from Ferrucci, I feel, maybe?
He'll be fine.
Well, yeah, he is, but there was obviously a markedly slower pit stop. I wonder if they're saying anything on commentary on why. Oh, Palou and Newgarden touch again. And... boop. Like you said, Alexander Rossi, big winner, got out of pit row quick. Just wanted track position, get out in front. And is the leading of those Arrow McLarens.
Leading. Could this be Rossi's year?
IMS is big enough to not lose a lap in the pits. Crazy, right? Pit Powder has not yet been released from the infield care centre. Well, I hope, obviously, he's okay. Joking aside. Because, yeah, whatever the accident's one, it is incredibly dangerous out there. And these crashes, some may seem innocuous, but they are real big hits, right? So you want them to kind of all come out okay. So are we going to go to green this lap, or are we going to... I feel like it's one more. Number 3, Scott McLaughlin.
Oh, yeah.
That's
a hat.
That is a proper hat. I ain't mucking around with that one.
That is a hit.
Holy cow, only a third down. They need to put safer barrier around every part of the track. Yeah, they do. Biggest complaint of the track. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Okay. So I feel like we're going to line up. This is going to be the lap we go to green. Also, remember, guys, if we're saying stupid things, it is because we have no commentary. So we are just looking at pictures and guessing.
This is why I thought...
Why are they saying that? That means...
We can do flashback to the guy singing...
Back home.
And I thought he was doing the command. Yeah, that's on me. That's my bad.
So Connor Daly will lead us to green. And how many laps? This is going to be the most laps that Connor Daly has potentially ever led an Indy 500, right? How many laps has he led so far?
When he became field goal kicker, he led the most laps that year.
Yeah, I know, but he had like 35 field goals. Oh, I just got that. I think he only led like 35 though. Green. Who's going to make the early moves? Who's going to go from there? Scott Dixon, Castro Neves back into the mix in 13th and 14th.
Scotty Mack on the inside immediately takes the lead. As Connor Daly gets sucked into the pack there, even Stingray into P2 still.
Yeah, Stingray managed to hold, so that's good from him. But yeah, Connor Daly is dropping, as Stephen would affectionately say, like a lead balloon. But Rossi's had a terrible restart there because obviously he led that pack and McLaughlin got past and obviously took the lead. Herter's got past, Newgarden got past, and Palou's also got past. I know Palou was past Ferrucci as well, so Palou and Ferrucci didn't necessarily do well either. But
Stingray Rob takes Scott McLaughlin for the lead of the 500. Stingray Rob.
What a move. That's what makes Indy Fanatics so good. is that our utter nonsense. That's fair. I was going to say, in terms of if we say something stupid, I was going to blame it on lack of commentary, but I was like, we just do say stupid things anyway. I'm not entirely sure we can just blame it on commentary from there. But wow, yeah, what a move by Stingray. And I think Connor Daly's settled and he's going back. He's having a look at Colton Herter. But yeah, what a move. All I've got images in my head is FP1's comedy review of Stingray Robb leading the Indy 500.
Stingray Robb, the myth, the legend, the Indy 500 lap leader.
And Cole Larson is not the highest placed rookie at the moment. It is Rasmussen. Running very well in 9th. Who is Rasmussen racing for?
Look,
may find out.
Oh, Rossi.
Rossi is dropping. So he has had a terrible restart. Ferrucci's found a way past Pillow as well. Connor Daly's dropped a little bit back off Herter, more slipping into the clutches of Newgarden. That looks like Larson. Was that maybe Canapino? Having a look. Canapino running very well in P12 as well. Actually giving a shout out to him at that moment. That is genuinely for position as well. Yeah, Rahal is right at the back of the field. So that caution did not work out well for them. Graham Rowe, it was a hero move from Scotty Mack. You're absolutely right. Well, what a restart and go from there. But yeah, still mega from Stingray Robb to be generally leading this. As I said,
who was the team
Daly? As I said, Daly was more dropping back into the clutches of Newgarden. He's taken Herter. So he has now moved back up into P3 position. So Stingray Robb and Daly running genuinely on pace with the race leaders here.
Rasmus is Ed Carpenter.
Is he?
He is.
That is a fantastic... Well, Ed Carpenter usually generally have a very good package here at Indy. It is the one race, obviously Ed being a hometown boy, that he desperately wants to win. And he probably realizes now it's probably more out of his reach as a driver. But as a team owner, obviously, it's still possible and plausible with that. But yeah, Rasmussen having a great race so far. A super race.
Stingray Robb.
Is Cole Kirkwood's race strategist still Brian Herter, by the way?
Who?
I've forgotten. Colton's dad.
He went to Cole, didn't he? Cole Kirkwood. Was that the question?
Yes.
Brian Herter is still with Cole Kirkwood, yeah. That is your answer.
Thank you, answer man.
Anytime.
Correct. They are in a different strategy, Scott. But it's interesting to see where that strategy plays out. I guess, well, also Scotty Mack could be using it as fuel saving. Stingray Robb out there is probably just going to be really excited to be leading laps of the Indy 500, right?
Stingray Robb.
He's not backing himself to be in for the win here. But yeah, wow, what a move from Scotty Mack on the inside. Super brave. And he is, and well, I know Newgarden and Power are still in the mix, but us going, well, I think you could probably roll out Scott McLaughlin. I think it's going to be between Will Power and Joseph Newgarden using that experienced Scott McLaughlin. I want to win the race.
Hi, guys.
I want to win.
Here.
I'm right here.
Oh, bit of argy-bargy. All right.
Oi. Budgie.
Calm down, midfield runners.
Whoa. A little bit of grass.
A little bit
of grass. Is that Elio?
On the inside?
Probably what dropped Elio, because he was right up there with Scotty.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that is what cost Elio a little bit. Interesting, Elio being part owner with Meyershank.
Yeah.
Not in their traditional pink livery.
But
we are now down to our last Meyershank car. There's obviously Rosenqvist and Blomqvist are both out. The power of the Vist was not with them today.
Power of the Vist.
We are 75 laps into the 200 laps here at the Indy 500. It looks like we are going to get that full race. Hopefully we can get some green running, just so we can start to see some maybe strategies divide here. I suppose maybe it'd be an interesting one if we have some a caution in the middle of a pit window, see if anyone decides that they are going to, maybe go away from the crop as we get nearer to the end, maybe taking a few more risks off strategy. But yeah, they just interrupted my coverage. There's a tornado just north of Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Oh, God.
Wow. Geez. Don, if you're there, obviously, hope you're safe and don't get hit by any tornado. Me and my partner Haley were talking about this. How do you guys react to tornado in the States? Because obviously, like, Hollywood sells it for us out in the UK as it's really, really freaking bad. But is it quite a common thing for you guys? Like, do you just get on with it? Rasmus Races Fred Carpenter. Thank you, Deep in the Woods, for confirming the Rasmus choice. It looks like it may be a little early to say, but at least for this pit window, I'm pretty sure if it stays green, these guys are just settling. You know what I mean? Although Dixon seems to have dropped off now, and Castro Neves is on the verge of the top 10 again, and just settling in behind Power. So it seems like there's quite a bit of movement between Castro Neves, Dixon, Sato, and who else is in that pack? I think it was like it's Canapino. Was the one.
Whoa. Stingray is in the pits.
So again, Scott McLaughlin has the lead for this race. Interesting early pit stop for Stingray. An interesting way Connor Daly is going to sit with this one. This potentially on strategy is the best chance that Connor Daly has to win this race. And joking aside with Stingray, Rob, we're seeing how quick that car is in the hands of Santino Ferrucci, and with that technical partnership now with Penske, who have been strong here all weekend, and like we said, the favourites in this race. It probably is no surprise that Stingray Rob is actually showing some quite good pace when he's up there. I'm okay, it's miles away. The effect is horrid but contained. Okay. I'm glad to hear, Don. Tornadoes in Mission Aurora, last one in Kalamazoo side. It's generally too hilly. Well, that's good to hear. I guess it's the real kind of flat, open plain ones that are the dangerous ones for the tornadoes, and that kind of cross temperatures between hot and cold temperatures, isn't it? That kind of cause them. Interesting little sides one, I suppose, in this Indy 500 coverage. But yeah, I think it was even like a tornado warning in the second storm heading towards Indy. But I don't think tornadoes would ever come that far.
Connor Daly
strong winds
has pitted.
Cool.
I'm not sure the alternative strategy is going to work out at all well. May have looked good in its moments, but I don't think I don't think the cautions have actually fallen well for them.
I feel like that last one was not.
Because everyone else effectively had a free pit stop. I know he cycled to the front, but
Yeah, I feel you're right on that last one. I feel like it did stuff it. In the flat states, there are often a big concern. Cool. Cheers, Scotty boy.
Scotty boy.
Scotty Mac.
From one Scotty boy to a Scotty Mac, leading the 500 once again.
Scotty Dixon.
Who's not in the equation right now.
Was lining up a move on Scotty Mac there. And maybe I'm being, under cautious here just because I'm so used to Andre. It would, with all our pre-stream, well, not pre-stream talk, but like our pre-race talk in the stream of Andretti aren't going to win this. It would be rather amusing if Colton Herta finds a way of winning the Indy 500.
And that's the jinx.
There we go, people.
This one isn't on me.
There we go.
Rasmus, the biggest mover, 17 moves up, and that's all on track. That isn't no strategy. That's all on track moves.
And an interesting one in the watch for the race for 5, Helio Castroneves for the first time moves into the top 10.
What?
And as we know, he has won here 4 times before. He knows this track like the back of his hand. Well, it's only 4 left turns, right? So he just drew it.
Nice.
In terms of that. But he does know all the kinks, all the kind of ways to manage this race and work his way up. And credit as well, again, to Kyle Larson, running very competitive here. 8th. He had a shaky restart at one point, but he has not let that affect his race. He's holding in there, and he is staying with the pack. And with over 100 laps to go, those guys are still looking in a very strong position. And we all know on pit row, big change can change and can really kind of drive those guys forward. Is that Callum Eilert back in and still going in 15th? That is a great recovery from Eilert, considering
Started
obviously
from the back.
Yeah, his early turmoil. And from there, we're getting the storm that delayed the race start. Scooby-Doo Mac in control.
That looked bad, that storm passing through. There's a picture of the main straight, and you can see turn 4.
Wow.
It's like, it's bad when the rain's that heavy.
You just can't see. I think I'm going to take a slight guess that if you're watching the kind of commentary on NBC, that they're probably talking about Kyle Larson right now. But as they are talking about Kyle Larson, it looks like Castroneves is getting very close.
Oh, caution!
Oh, that's a big one. Oh, no. I've done it. I have done it. That is him, isn't it? That is Colton Herta. Oh, no. Stunned. Now, does this one benefit
Don't deflect.
Connor Daly?
Don't deflect.
I would like to take this time to apologise to all Colton Herta fans for the jinx that I gave him. I would like to reiterate that this is the whole reason whenever Stephen was going, Colton Herta's doing well. Colton Herta's doing well. Well, guys, Colton Herta may have been doing well, right? But do you know what? Andretti. All I need to say, Andretti. Andretti.
Oh, man.
He's just lost it all by himself. Just lost it.
Just lost it.
He was just running well, and he just lost it.
Oh, man.
This is about halfway in the fuel run. And I did say it would be interesting if we got a caution halfway in the fuel run, because I think now, getting near to the 100, this is where we could see some split strategies go.
Yeah. We're likely not to see a full 200 lap race. So, do people start planning for a 150 lap race?
We're likely not to see 200.
I think time-wise is going to be really tight.
What's the time out there, guys?
Because I think they've only got two hours.
Yeah, it should be fine, shouldn't it? This race hasn't even been running for 2 hours.
No, it's been running for an hour and a half. So, I guess they could actually fit it all in.
It's 200. It's fine. Because this caution is going to take us past 100, so we're going to be past the halfway mark on the caution. And I really hope that the second 100 isn't dominated by as many cautions.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one. 2 hours before light becomes concern. Yeah, we should. I know we've had a lot of cautions. So we have had, realistically, a very slow 100 laps, right?
Yeah.
The hope is that we have a lot more green laps.
In this mid part.
Yeah. Damn.
Jesus. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And here we go.
Do we give a round of applause for calling the jinx? Because that was a great call.
And we're not going too much on the split strategy. It looks
look
like
at this. This is, like Scott said, it reminds him a lot like Alonso Mania back in 2017. In those top 4 on the screens, it is Ferrucci, it is Newgarden, it is McLaughlin, and it is Kyle Larson, who we were on pit watch to. Ferrucci strung out, but obviously he's way back in the pit lanes. Where is he going to come out? Looks like Newgarden's got out ahead of Ferrucci. Could be.
That's a slow stop for Larson. Oh, pit
trouble
drama.
Trouble in pit row. Who is that? The number 20 car. That's Ed Carpenter, right? So that's Ed Carpenter. Has he stalled?
Oh.
Whoa. Who did that?
Oh.
Oh, whoa. That was Callum Ilott, right?
That's Callum Ilott.
Gave him a little bit of a nudge, and in the wrong pit one.
No.
That's Callum Ilott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Ilott's ended up in Ed Carpenter.
Yeah, but he got nudged into that. Yeah.
The commentary team were just saying how well Herta was doing, so it's not all on you, Mike. John T, thank you. Thank you, John T. I appreciate it. Hope you're well, my friend. Congratulations on City's 4-peat. As Arsenal fans, obviously, we were, as you know, so desperately close. We just wanted it so bad, John T. But you guys just too good.
The question is, who punted Ilott? Because that could be a drive-through, couldn't it?
I think it is, but it would be someone near the back, right? Herta has the fastest Honda. It's a shame.
Yeah.
Well, I think Felix Rosenqvist had the fastest Honda.
I don't think he did.
No,
Colton was ahead of him.
Yeah, but I think Rosenqvist was coming.
I feel like you're too much on the Rosenqvist bandwagon.
I'm on the hype train.
I don't think he was actually the quickest Honda out there.
I'm backing him. Look.
Wait, you're backing? He's gone. You can't back him anymore. He's in the stands.
I don't think he's in the stands. I think that was uncalled for.
Felix had started his drop, his traditional dropping like a lead balloon.
He was there. He was sick. He was P6.
He was going backwards.
What, from 6th?
He wasn't sick for that point, was
He was.
Who is that?
You can call him Hertavist. Back to back. Back to back 2. Back to back number 2. Back to back number 2. Joseph Newgarden. We know who Elton is backing.
Who's this guy?
Elton Paul. Back to back number 2.
Is that Mark? Okay.
Sorry. Oh, geez. Are we looking like we could go to...
Well, that's one more. One more to green.
Nice. Okay.
And we've lost coverage.
Game over. So, guys, we are now going to do...
Oh.
It's back. Oh, thank goodness for that, because we were about to say we're now going to perform a puppet show.
Thank God we didn't get... Whoa, spoilers. So we keep that in case we
Not
miss
even
coverage
halfway.
again.
Lots of race to go. Absolutely. But it looks like everyone went... VK stayed out.
Hy-Vee Corvette giveaway. Whoa. Look at all those happy people.
I would like to win a Corvette. Maybe we too could win a Corvette.
Did he win it? Maybe he won it.
But
Did he win it?
No. I feel like...
I think he did.
Did he win it? He won the
He won
Corvette.
it.
I'm not entirely sure we can win the Corvette.
No, because we're in America. It's green.
Green.
Venus
And it's
VK.
Venus VK leads his first laps of it with Christian Lundgaard. So maybe Lundgaard's strategy is now in the frame there, with Stingray Robb still ahead of Connor Daly. But it looks like Joseph Newgarden making early moves there. So he is the lead Penske car now out there. Ferrucci making the move on Scotty McLaughlin. And now looking to make the move on Connor Daly and going up. And then he will be looking to, in theory, what we think is on the main strategy, be looking to take Joseph Newgarden and be the out-and-out leader of this race. Will Power, I think, was making a few moves there. Castro Neves, again, the Meyer Shank crew seem to be poor on pit row. Yeah, I don't know. Pink Auto Nation car. Because that's not a... I'm not entirely sure who that is.
Okay.
But Ferrucci wasn't able to get past Stingray.
No.
Oh, sorry. Newgarden's able to put Stingray Robb between himself and Ferrucci,
Kirkwood.
which given him a little bit of breather.
Kirkwood.
It was Kirkwood.
That's his race over.
I did feel... Oh, Andretti. That's Andretti.
That's Andretti. Ruined 2 cars races in 1 caution.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. The attrition this year is way ahead of years past. Absolutely. It's
Just on pure engine failures alone.
just killing. But yeah, just a shout out to the Meyer Shank crew being awful in pit road. Not awful in pit road, but like Castro Neves clearly has pace up on track, but he's just dropped again. So, but he's moved back up to 13th after dropping to 15th. Scotty Dixon's down in 20th, so feels for the PNC crew. They're down.
Is this Colton going back out?
Is it championship points on the line, potentially?
How have they managed to turn that car around?
I guess it was only a front wing impact. It wasn't quite a big impact on the thing. It did look like the front wing took most of the damage, right?
Yeah.
So that is technically only a nose change. So, hello, Palou moves into the lead of the championship. He's been very used to that position before. I think Power is still P2 and Dixon is then 38 points behind in the championship, having a really poor 500. And if you have a poor 500, it does tend to reflect badly on the championship outcome.
Not anymore.
I know, not with double points.
Yeah. Double points has been taken away. So
I know,
less
but it's
damaging.
But it still does feel like a race, just momentum-wise, that is a little bit of a struggle to come back from.
But we saw the opposite last year. Joseph Newgarden winning and then finding no form after the 500. So it can kickstart you or lull you into a full sense of confidence.
It can do. Interesting one. I'm not sure where VK and Lundgaard's strategy is going to end up in the end, but we've got Lundgaard overtaking VK to lead his first laps of the Indy 500 this year. Stingray, Robb and Ferrucci. Now, obviously, on the primary strategy, it is Ferrucci is there. So I wonder, I mean, I don't think it was on many people's bingo cards that Stingray, Robb and Ferrucci would be on a position on track to be able to assist each other for the lead of this race. But they do seem to be in a privileged position, splitting the two Penske cars and how they can make it work. So I don't know if Ferrucci was being helped by his teammate. That didn't look like a very hard fought one from Stingray Robb there. So I don't know if it was a couple of fuel saving that's now allowed him to have a charge on Joseph Newgarden onto the back straight, the theory of it. And well, obviously we've had another change for the lead. Rinus VeeKay has taken past Lundgaard as it is the battle of the Europeans out front as well, as we close in on the halfway mark of this 108th running of the Indy 500.
Whew.
Yeah, exactly. Props to Stingray Robb. He's not falling back. He is being competitive. So really good from Stingray. And you have to be honest here. It's a great name. VK comes into the pits. So that probably is his running out front. Christian Lundgaard, I've forgotten where he is. If it's going to do, there you go. So lap 61 was the last one he pitted. So he is quite far behind the Rob Daly strategy. But the Rob Daly strategy seems to have fallen behind. But yeah, I can't really imagine there's about a 27 lap gap there. It doesn't really look like any sort of alternative strategy is going to be playing into his hands. He's going to need a lot of cautions and well-timed ones to be a player in this game, Christian Lundgaard. But he will still be glad to be leading some laps. It's all points in the championships, and it's still good for him to be that lead Rahal Letman Lanigan car for sure.
Lap 100, halfway through the 108th running of the Indy 500. Oh, Pato over moment.
Big moment from
Saves
Pato.
it just before the wall.
And I can bet any money that NBC would have said, Pato Award, ninja reactions, ninja hands there, saves him. Christian Lundgaard does come into pit. So that
Pato's having a very quiet 500, just a small note on him. But we're 100 laps, 99 laps to go now. Normally, you just want to be good in the last 50 or so. Last 50, 40 laps. If you're
it all comes down to that last pit window. Have a strong last pit window, and can you make a run? You've got to be within that pack, and 4 seconds out isn't miles away at the moment. It isn't. Castro Neves, just to note, like we said, it's such a shame he's having such a poor time on pit road. They've really got to sort it out in Meyer Shank, even if they're nicking pit crew from the others just to get the best men on the job, because the race for 5 genuinely is alive with the pace that Castro Neves is showing out there. He's worked his way back into the top 10 again. But every time that he goes into pit row, he just seems to drop out and spends the entirety of the next stint just regaining the places that he's lost in the previous one. So going to be interesting. Rasmussen will be a guy that he'll be kind of working his way up to. Oh, the alternative pit window is about to open.
That's
so yeah,
that's a save and a half.
It was. I mean, look, Pato is so good at those fast hand saves, right? Looks like Ferrucci might be going for the leads. McLaughlin pushing him all the way as well. I guess this is the only thing now is that you do have the two Penskes versus Ferrucci. So they can utilize together a little bit now that Stingray Robb has dropped behind.
Stingray's just there.
Yeah, but I think on his strategy, he's not going to be pushing back on Scott McLaughlin.
Yeah, they're just trying to fuel save to try to catch up to the others.
You know, it does feel off that alternative strategy, but still, at this point. It is right up there. Herta is back out on track. He has made it. And remember, for those of you unfamiliar with the Indycar point scoring system, which obviously, as I said earlier, I'm pretty sure the most people still in this stream are the ones who've been with us for ages and know more about IndyCar than us, but you still do get points for finishing the race. So there's still championship points on the line, and it is a long season. There's still a lot of racing to go this year. And so Colton Herta, any points you can gain in a championship is good.
Oh, Larson. Pillow fails a move on Stingray Rob and allows Larson to pick him apart on the inside. And here comes Alexander Rossi too. Pillow, he's had a terrible couple of turns.
Wheel to wheel. He did manage to defend it though, but it's going to be interesting coming out the short chute. I think Rossi will fancy himself on a run onto the back straight here. But Ferrucci still managing to sandwich himself in between two Penske cars. So really interesting. Pillow having another look at Larson rather than the other way around. He's got to make the move stick. And there we go. Rossi using all his experience here at the circuit to take advantage of it and to make sure he goes through on his teammate with Pillow. Still like the David Hobbs point system. Winner gets 100 points, second place gets 2. I mean, that pretty much is the championship. That is a huge turnaround in terms of it. But yeah. Rasmussen still running in the top 8. Carl Larson. Now it's going to be interesting. Elio Castro Neves, will he be able to line it up? But looks like Canapino working his way past. He was maybe having a look at Elio as well, trying to do the double. But Canapino, I think for the first time, moves his way into the top 10. Another strong showing from him. You did mention him when we were going pre-race and run-through. It's going to be interesting to see what he does in this race after a strong rookie showing last year. But yeah, just showing on screen, McLaughlin has managed to find a way past Ferrucci. So it is a Penske 1-2 at the moment with last year's winner, Newgarden, leading. McLaughlin with Ferrucci P3. Connor Daly doing very well on his alternative strategy, staying P4 at the moment. Pillow's moved up into P5. Great for his championship hopes, but also a strong position going into the final stages of the 500. Stingray Rob, again, holding his own, 6. And that is a caution. That is, who has lost that? That is 23. Who's the 23 car? He's managed to hold it there. So hopefully it's not Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Captain America.
Captain America. Has that helped out his teammate? I wonder. I presume not, as they were getting close to their pit window, but they have not pitted.
That's a lot of grass.
But is it a free pit stop for them? No, I feel like it's a pit stop at the wrong time because not everyone's going to be pit stopping. So
goes inside, keeps going inside. Oh,
and that's Callum Eilert. Went bold on the grass. Tell
you what, that's a solid save from Ryan Hunter-Reay. I know he's gone, but that's the spin at 200 miles per hour, and he's caught it on the flip side.
Could be a penalty for Dixon. So it was Dixon, not Eilert, in terms of it. Let's have a look. So Dixon's making his way past Will Power. Hunter-Reay's looking to make the double.
Oh, nah. That's Dixon's position on track.
Hunter-Reay's
That's Ryan
bold,
Hunter-Reay
right?
going way too bold.
He's gone for a gap that didn't exist. But it's interesting way from there. Ryan Hunter-Reay, Captain America. Pillow is looking good. He'll be right up there.
Yeah.
His motor doesn't blow. Dixon moved in reaction. Okay.
Pillow is now in the jinxed top Honda spot. It's taken 2 victims so far in Felix and Herta.
Yeah. And we've also got potentially a jinx from Don saying Pillow is looking good. He'll be right up there if his motor doesn't blow.
Yeah.
And I think I'll take this time for a quick break.
Jesus. Look at you. Just left a whole bunch of corn everywhere.
That's what I do.
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
a tornado.
Just because he doesn't have to clean up in the morning. Jesus. What's this? Jesus, Ryan. Tell us a nice save though. Spinning 360 and catching it. That's nice. Because that could have been a big one. Here we go. So they pitted lap 77. It's probably, was it 5 laps too early for Connor and Rob? If they've been fuel saving, have they caught up with the rest of the pack in terms of fuel? Let's see. Oh no, they're pitting. Suspense over. Oh, but we got a few alternative strategy here.
It looks like Connor Daly's.
Is that Pato? I think Pato's coming in. Yeah. Connor and Rob are in. Pato's in. Oh, we've got our first kind of major. I know we've had Connor and Stingray on the alternative from the beginning. We've had a few more join them on that early alternative pit stop.
Perfect for Connor and Stingray.
Perfect.
Now that's what I said. I guess in terms of everyone's under caution, so they go
kind of a free stop.
Dixon's gone in for the alternative strategy as well.
Oh, tell you what,
one.
That is a mental pit stop from McLaren with Pato Ward, because he's just jumped both Connor Daly and Stingray Rob.
Okay, so after saying a quiet 500, that's maybe what Pato Ward needed. Don't get nervous. Number 5.
It's a nice catch.
It is a good catch. Very good catch. Stick him in the slips.
Nice cricket reference.
Oh dear. Corn break, everyone. Corn break, everyone. Absolutely. It's a corn break for everyone out there. So yeah, I guess we're kind of going from there, but any news on commentary, any sort of Dixon potential penalty there? Is there going in reference?
There's movement. There's movement from Dixon on the inside. Are they going to say it's too late? The door was open, but then it very quickly closed.
And he hasn't completely ruined his race, just mostly. It's an interesting one. Look,
I would say that's harsh on Dixon if it's a penalty.
All I'm going to say is, if Dixon doesn't get a penalty, then that caution puts him right in the mix, because he also went on to the alternate strategy.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. It's a tough one.
In slow motion, you go, there's the movement's too late from Dixon, but I think
especially as he then leans out.
Full speed, I say it's harsh. I think that's fair. I think it is a very ambitious move from Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, he should have just taken the one. But fortune favours the brave and all that palaver.
Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum.
Dun, 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 dun. 108th running of the Indianapolis 500, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Speedway, Indiana. Can't wait to be there with you guys next year.
Next year.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell to the yeah, to the bear. A penalty for Dixon could go either way. RHR wasn't going to get by, but Dixon should have held his line. Yeah. He should have. It's marginal, though, isn't it? I get it. It depends how they want. IndyCar, for me, always does. If this was F1, that's a penalty. But IndyCar does tend to go much more down the route of racing's racing, right? Castro Neves now up to 7th. Obviously, you do have the likes of, well, Dixon's right behind Daly and Rob now in terms of that. So very interesting indeed. I think we're going to have a lot of go from now. Either Chip will complain or DR will. Yeah, absolutely. Because Dixon compromises the strategy of both drivers, right? I mean, Ryan Hunter-Ray wasn't really in it, but he's still in the race, and he's now cycled to the back again. But also, it puts Dixon right on the tail of their top running car in terms of Connor Daly, and you'd think Chip Ganassi's package is good enough to beat Connor Daly, but Connor Daly got ahead of Stingray. No, Connor Daly was ahead of Stingray Rob, wasn't he? Sorry, I was trying to think whether Daly. Oh no, Rob got ahead of him. Daly in the pits. So interesting. Sato, though,
yeah,
hasn't gone well.
No,
Hasn't gone
turns
well.
out this wasn't his year.
Turns out the Rahal Letman Lanigan package was just bad.
It's just bad.
Although Graham Rahal is running 10th at the moment, and I don't know if that's on merit.
Isn't he on alternative beat-in pit?
Potentially.
So I think he's just hanging a top 10 for the sponsors.
Could be. Get him some screen time, potentially. Interesting, though. We've got now 3 Hondas with him in the top 10. It's looking a little bit better for Honda. It was looking pretty
green.
Okay, so we go green here. New Garden leads it, and it looks like Scotty Mack goes immediately for it and is
already taking the lead into turn 1.
And that is big moves from Alexander Rossi as well. He's moved up into P4. So Palou drops back. That's going to be a caution. Can he save it? No. So caution on the restart. And who's that gone out? Marco.
Damn, I thought this was his year.
That's Andretti.
Thought this was his year.
Michael, Mario. They look gutted. But surely they must know that it's the next Andretti generation that they're going to have to rely on to win the 500. I think Marco had his chance back in the mid-2000s, wasn't it? And he's only got one car left. Well, I guess Colton's still in it, isn't he? But
yeah. Well, wait. What's his car left?
Kyle Larson. I know Carl Kirkwood.
In 19th. Who had a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, he's got one car left. Andretti Parallel 1988. Andretti didn't win. Nice deep in the woods. Please retire, Marco. Please retire. He's getting to Ed Carpenter levels, isn't it? Really, he's competing into the race of what it means for the family. But yeah, in terms of the competitive years, that pole position that he got a few years back is probably the best it's going to get now. But you never know. But that's just the gut feeling. He's just lost it by himself. He's doing his best.
Didn't save it.
He's fighting. And it's just... That's my son. Boo said it was the suspension failure. Okay. All right. So maybe we don't blame him. Typical Marco. Insignificant to race strategy. Wow. Brutal. He's worse than Ed. Ed at least owns the team. Marco comes across as daddy's spoiled son.
I think this probably helps the alternative strategy crew even more. Because they're now fuel saving to catch up even closer to the main pack with the free pit stop.
Right?
Yeah.
Probably wanting to get his 20th Indy 500 before retiring. Yeah. How far is he out, John T? No, we do. Jonty, don't worry, Stephen. I remember back in the F1 Fanatics days when Jonty was our stat man. He would come out with great stats. This is your time to shine,
James,
Jonty.
the guy who was from the Middle Ages.
From the Middle Ages, yeah. Exactly. This is his 19th. Okay, so he's got one more.
A bowl of wisdom.
Yes, missed. I'm not often terribly nice. Oh, Scott. Well, you better be nice next year. Otherwise, no pork tenderloins for you.
A bowl.
A bowl.
A bowl of wisdom. That's what I got.
We will be there to see Marco Andretti's 20th Indy 500 that he wins.
Should we get some Marco Andretti merch?
Absolutely.
Just get paddock passes purely for Marco.
I feel like if any of our footage ever gets to Andretti's, we will not be welcome near that team.
Do you know what you mean? We're just talking about supporting our role model.
We just need to get close enough to Pillow to go, hello, Pillow!
Hello, Pillow!
And Pato to go, Pato! And then that's our day done, right?
Colton would get us in.
Yeah. Our taco boy.
Our taco boy.
Yeah, agree, Scott. At this point, can anyone challenge McLaughlin?
He's looked dominant.
He has looked really good, right? He's maintained pace throughout. Unfortunately, that hope that cautions would not also dominate the second 100 laps. He's looking like cautions are continuing to dominate the second 100 laps.
Yep.
The only thing that can get McLaughlin here is the off strategy, guys, right?
Yeah, true. If alternative strategy comes through.
And he has got one of the best fuel savers in the business.
On said alternative strategy.
Yeah. Who's now currently running 14th.
Is that right? I don't think that's right.
Well, maybe he jumped in pit row.
No, but Pato was ahead of both Stingray and...
Maybe Dixon's ahead of all of them.
What?
I don't know. Poor Marco. Andretti Global having a nightmare day.
Yeah.
Like I said, Andretti are not the third biggest team in IndyCar right now. Until they get a new chassis where the aero screen goes into it and probably a third engine manufacturer so they can work harder with the Honda technical partnership to more specialize for them. They're going to keep struggling. But we go green again. Scott McLaughlin leads us to green, and that's a great restart. He's left Newgarden and Ferrucci in his dust. And Rossi, again, superb on the restarts and looks like he's going to take Ferrucci. Carl Larson's up there. That McLaren car does really look good on the restarts, but it does look like it hasn't changed it yet that Dixon genuinely is 13th on that alternative strategy.
Jeez, he is. He's ahead of Pato.
So it might be Dixie's year. It might be Dixie's year to get that second. Who knows? Which would be funny.
Are we sure he stopped?
Because it'd be 100%.
100% he stopped.
100% Dixon stopped.
100%. Jeez.
Rossi is going for the charge, though. He now puts himself in between the two Penske's cars. Rossi is also one on this main strategy. Can anyone challenge Scott McLaughlin? Alexander Rossi might be able to challenge Scott McLaughlin.
Rossi.
He is a guy who's won here before, knows how to win, always looks good at the circuit. Is it the first, is this the one where Rossi finally breaks the curse? McLaren have got a great car. He's in a great position going into the final 80 laps of this race. And that's a curse.
That's a curse. we've got a Jinx open on Plo, haven't we? And that's just chucking a Jinx onto Rossi. If anyone's interested in the Jinx watch.
Castro Neves takes Canapino, so moves up into position 8th. He'll now have Rasmussen in his thing. So
Rasmus.
I think that was probably a poor restart. I felt like Castro Neves was P7. From there, Palo still hanging in and thereabout in the top 5. And after saying Dixon's championship might be done after a poor running, remember Dixon was as low as 20th at one stage in this. So, yeah, I would say I would love it to go green to see we're now in this perfect position. It won't, but I'd love it to go green to the end to see how the strategies work out.
Yeah.
But Scotty Mac looks great up top. Absolutely.
I think Dixon's in a beautiful position.
If he can get past Rahal as well and get past as many cars on track.
It's only going to be a few laps until these guys all have to pit.
Yeah.
It's going to be before lap 130.
He wants to get back on the tail of Castro Neves.
Dixon?
Yeah.
Castro's not on the alternative, is he?
I don't believe so. I believe Castro Neves now is on strategy.
Yeah. So I don't think he has to worry about catching up to anyone. Just keep good pace, look after, fuel safe.
I'm just going, I feel like, well, Canapino's had good pace, but he definitely probably needs to get past Rahal, all right? Because he doesn't want to drop the pace too much between those leaders. Because obviously this is fuel saving time. And yeah, he's going to punch laps. Is interesting. This, after, obviously, again, like we said, the first 150 laps are always a slow burner because it's the strategy game. It's really piecing it together. Who's going to be where? Who's going to work up? Best Indy 500 finish first 4 times, starting position 20th. It's going well to be. He was as high as 7th, Castro Neves, but Indy starting position was 21st. Indy 500 starts 22.
22.
Be interesting to see how much the drop in track temperature affects the race. Yeah, I imagine it will be getting cooler the nearer we get to the later time, right?
Yeah. We can already see the sun is dipping.
Santucci's best finish was 3rd last year. This, from memory, is the stint that he tends to take it a little bit easier on, just to make sure he hits his fuel numbers and just stays with the pack right into the end. It's going to be interesting going from there. Ryan Hunter-Reay, it looks like he did have to retire in the end, making it back to pit road. Looks gutted there, Captain America.
Pretty dejected, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder, it'd be interesting, anyone watching the coverage, whether they thought he's moaning about Scott Dixon's move. There we go. Ryan Hunter-Reay not happy with Dixon.
It is dangerous. It is a dangerous move, but I still feel Ryan Hunter-Reay's been a bit too bold.
He just got a bit ambitious, right? He saw a moment to kind of like have a great highlights reel and go from there. And I don't think Ryan Hunter-Reay is that type of driver, right? Yeah, it's interesting. Right, here we go. Scott Dixon, is he lining up Rahal? He gone on the back straight. Is he going to find a way to get him on the front straight going into turn 1? He's looking a little bit further distance
I don't
there,
think he
actually.
will. I feel like Scott is in fuel safe. Like most people, I don't think he'll make any moves.
So Newgarden is now going for race lead. It'd be interesting whether that's the Penske's working together. It didn't look like it was a move too hard fought by Scotty McLaughlin there for sure. But yeah, well, it looked like Rossi had dropped back as well, actually, after kind of splitting the 2 Penske's. He's then fallen back a little bit. So you're right. Feels everyone is in that fuel saving mode at the moment. And I think they're getting to that 150 lap mark. And then, when we're getting to that last pit stop, the last time in pit row, that's the time where things are going to start to get really interesting. Where are VK and Simpson in their alternative strategies? I'm not sure. Because Pato ideally probably needs to put himself back on Dixon's tail and go with him, right? All the way up top.
Yeah. Well, I think they're close enough that if the alternative is hanging on to Dixon, of course.
Yeah.
Because if the alternative comes through, then Dixon's the man you have to beat.
Mm-hmm.
But I think literally, I don't think anyone's really making any big moves here, pushing it too much.
Well, it looks like Elio Castroneves has taken Rasmussen. So he's moving up another position back into P7. And he's going to get onto the tail of Carl Larson, who is a car that he's looked at the rear of for a lot of this race. I feel like Castroneves and Carl Larson have been on the racetrack a lot from there. But it's interesting spread of the field at the moment. Interesting to see go from there. Oh, to have a Rossi win.
Oof.
How good would that be? I mean,
he was saying pre-race that he would appreciate a second win a lot more than he appreciated his first win.
Well, he's been so close and he's had to work so hard for this one more, where the first one, bang, was instant. He was there, right?
He's also said he now understands the 500 a lot more than obviously winning it off the bat as a rookie.
Nice, Don. If I had Scott's car, I'd lay back too. Yeah, that's McLaughlin, I presume.
I think it applies to either Scots, right?
Yeah. So Newgarden is the first to blink at the front runners. He pits early. And that, I kind of feel, is a bad move. Hasn't quite hit his numbers. I don't know if it's too early to rule it out because of the carnage of the chaos of cautions that come late.
Yeah.
But I feel like
it's an early one.
It may be a little early.
Especially when no one else pits.
This round of stops could help Dixon. Could very well help Dixon. Let's see where they come out. So Scott in whack, just let it one. Didn't want to let... Yeah, I suppose it's any danger. Is it the overcut or the undercut that's going to be more powerful here? So Rossi and Ferrucci
Newgarden wasn't in traffic, was he?
Rossi, Ferrucci and Palou stayed out, though. Interesting. And Castroneves, sorry, as well.
I presume they will come in next lap. Bam, bam, bam. Ooh.
Looks a little bit of a slow stop, yeah, from Larson. I guess it's a new crew, I would assume.
Yeah.
Unless, Hendricks paid for some more of the McLaren top guys to come in, but it'd be interesting on that front. So, yep, Ferrucci is the only one who's staying out. So I think he's gambling on just getting a load of the fuel saving in on this one so he can go harder and faster in the last ones. But he's got to be careful not to lose too many of the positions here as well. But yeah, it does cycle Dixon there, and VK is still there. So I don't know if O'Ward does need to take him on there. So Ferrucci does pit. He's managed to get 3 more out of Newgarden, 2 more out of McLaughlin and Larson. Where is he going to go? How's this overcut going to sit? Looks like it was pretty close on there.
Nice. Good stop from
It's a good stop from Ferrucci. And Power comes in on that stop as well. Okay. What does Dixon have to go to make it one more stop?
I think he has to do 2 more stops.
He's got to go 160, right?
Yeah, but
well, you say he's got to, right?
160 minimum. I don't know because that's a 50 lap. I know he's had 2 cautions this stint.
Every car must stop one more time. Dixon P1. Pato's taken VK as well. And Pato's also taken Dixon. But is that Dixon using Pato to fuel save?
Yeah.
Palou is taking McLaughlin. McLaughlin taking Rossi. Rossi, big loser out, going into turn 1, into the short shoot of turn 2.
I guess they could do it on one stop, couldn't they? If cautions fall their way, which likely going to get cautions at the end, they can do 50 laps. So if they just make it to 150.
When did they last pit?
109. So it's in contention for sure.
Of course, getting.
So Larson's sped. Is Larson's race done?
Oh, that would be gutting because he's driven such a good race.
It's the reminiscence of Scott Dixon speeding in the pit lane.
Crazy this fight for the main strategy. You've got Palou fighting McLaughlin, fighting Rossi, fighting Newgarden, fighting Ferrucci. Ferrucci is right there with the pack. So those extra 3 laps haven't hurt him at all. So that may benefit him in the long run as well. Yeah, you kind of feel like Dixon is going to need a caution.
Pato's in. Did they only do a splash of fuel? Is that how they managed to jump everyone? Did they on that last stop? Were they prepping for a 2-stop?
Maybe it's interesting.
Which is not good. It's really not good for the McLaren guys if that's what the route they went. I think that's Pato's 500 basically done.
Well, it is still caution related, right?
True.
If the next caution falls close to the other guy's pit window. So Palou looking to take Rossi. So if we are on the firm strategy, the main strategy, looks like
wait, Pato's out in front? Am I?
Can't be right?
Oh, I think that's right. Did they only do a splash again?
Well, I guess they're going to have
bring
to
him onto the 1-stop.
So
no, I guess splash now, and then you make it to 1 stop to go.
Pato Award. This could be a blinder of a strategy. Don't get nervous, Stephen.
I'm already nervous.
Don't get nervous.
I'm already nervous.
This is incredible. Okay, now we are getting to the business end of the Indy 500. This is where moves count, right?
Jeez.
Just going, guys. Is it better to go grandstand tickets or general admission? It looks like that looks like quite a nice little rundown on the back straight, but I guess you can't see anything on the main home straight. I imagine turn 4 is probably where you want to go, right?
Yeah.
So this is Alex Palou to lead this pack on the main strategy ahead of Alexander Rossi. McLaughlin the first time. He looks like he's dropping back a bit, but is that to fuel save a little bit to counter there? Ferrucci, there's a car between himself and Newgarden. I don't know what that's on strategy wise. Connor Daly, I presume, is right out the picture now, right?
Yeah. You say Connor's not being
grandstands Dixon. Up high in a turn.
Up high in turn 4?
Just up high in a turn.
Dixon's in.
Okay, Dixie comes in.
This will be interesting to see where he comes out in relation to Pato.
So Pato, so that's Rossi on the back straight. Can Dixon get out in front?
Do they do the same as Pato and do a splash?
Short third shoot.
And just go one more and do another stop.
Shoot out of turn 4. Who's coming in? Dixon's out. Looks like he's going to comfortably be out in front.
Jeez. Yeah. Dixon will have the lead of the 500.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Pato is so misleading, isn't it?
Pato has just nicked it, but he's going to have to fight hard here because Rossi's going to go.
Yeah.
But that gives Dixon, he's in with a shout, right? He's in with a shout. The main thing is now they can put themselves on the main strategy and mirror the other guys and pit at the same time. They've managed to make that alternative strategy work and put them right up there.
Jeez.
But VK is also up there on this alternative strategy.
Yep, for sure. Rossi's looking speedy, though. The McLaren 1-2 at the front on Penske's day. Will they even make the podium?
Dixon now coming back, looking to go on VK. A bit more strategic than F1, isn't it?
Phew.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what I say. I do describe oval racing as it is almost like a chess game. And is Dixon going to go through with him? Try to.
So it's going to be McLaren's exchanging the lead for a bit.
Elio Castro Neves just looks like he's been overtaken there.
Jeez. This is mental. This is actually the alternative strategy just slotting in. Everyone's got one stop to go. And it looks like the alternative guys have got pace here to maintain their position with the primaries. Jeez.
Woo. Here we go. Dixie's going to go on Rossi. So it's Dixie and Pato leading the way.
Oh, my God.
Stevens, he's never been this close to a Pato 500 win.
I mean, last year was very close, but...
And is that...
Don't give me flashbacks.
Connor Daly?
That's Connor Daly. So he will slot in. We were saying probably not, but he slots in.
So Connor Daly is still properly in this race as well. Hometown boy, what a win that would be as well. Castro Neves looks like he may have kind of come to an end on his race.
Stingray Rob should probably cycle into this top 10 at least.
Yeah. Well, if Stingray Rob does, Lundgaard does as well.
Yeah. Caution.
Oh, and that's power. Power is gone.
He never recovered after that second stint. Oh, he's dumped a load of fluid as well on the track.
Yeah, that is a big fluid cleanup. And who does this benefit? This massively benefits. Is Dixon's strategy blown?
I think everyone pits now, right?
Surely not, Scott, right?
Surely everyone pits, because I think Dixon and Pato are on main strategy.
Because it's too early for the guys to pit and go all the way, right?
No, I think it depends. You could gamble with cautions. It is very early there, isn't it?
I always forget who it favours more, the caution, the guys who's pitted or the guys who haven't pitted.
No, but what I'm thinking is everyone's on the same strategy at this point.
So, yeah, that's what I thought.
It's all track position at this now.
Dixon's lost out here. Dixon needed a caution-free end.
Did he?
Just got caught in the aero wash. Ended high up into turn 1, is that?
Or is
it turn 2?
Dixon was going to do a no stop?
I thought there was a hole burnt through
it was trousers.
Power's trousers there. I don't know. You guys obviously you'll probably know better, but I don't know. The way I'm seeing it, Dixon and Pato still. Sure. Yeah, I'm with Don. Surely Dixon has command now. Yeah, he would have had a short last stop. Well, I guess what you're saying is he's going to lose out because Scotty Mac's going to have the quicker car. So if he had a shorter last stop, then he could match him on pace for fuel-wise. But it's going to be pretty much of a muchness in this. Parallel with 1988, the Penske, which started in the middle of the front row, retired in the second half of the race. Flavor Flav. The big Will Power fan.
Yeah.
He's going, what's happened to my guy? My guy. I think this is still super interesting.
Yeah, does it favour Scotty Mac because he appears to have the quickest car? So is it better for Scotty Mac for everyone to be on ground zero?
I still think you've got to take the car, right? Everyone must make one more stop, and full strategy looks out the window. That's a big part of what Dixon was looking at. Yeah, I guess. So, yeah, you're talking about lighter car, right? And again, well, yeah, of course, Dixie was looking at fuel strategy, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, what we say in the window opens up around 170 to 175, potentially.
Well, wait. No. Well, the last window will be like from 160 onwards, won't it?
Well, I guess for the main strategy ones, but Dixon and O'Ward probably 170, 175, right? Still?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it depends how they fueled it.
165 if you stretch it. Pods, moving storage, big move. Yeah, that moment early from Pato, what a save, right? Let's put him in contention.
Could that be a 500 winning save?
Could it be? Could it be?
Did Larson get a pit lane penalty? Does anyone know? We're looking at him. Maybe not.
But if you lead, the mileage suffers. How much? Unsure. Yeah, you got a drive-through.
Damn. Yeah, it's literally like Scott Dixon a couple of years ago. In such a good position, but one momentary lapse of concentration.
Scott Dixon's was literally the win, right?
Yeah.
And that was Ericsson's year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ericsson hit me.
Yeah. Damn.
Is that one more lap under caution?
Well, if Larson doesn't make the Coca-Cola 600 now, it was all for nothing. All because he sped in the pit lane.
One more lap on caution? No.
So I don't know. Surely if you pitted now, you could make it to the end. With like 2 cautions.
Larson will still get Rookie of the Year. Yeah, of course. Look, he's driven fantastic, right? I don't know. Does Rasmussen get it if he finishes in a strong top 10 finish?
It'll go to the big name, though, won't it?
Yeah, it will do. Yeah, because Alonso got it even though he retired, right?
Didn't Jimmy Johnson get it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I was going to say it's maybe less on ability now. But look, Kyle Larson has driven a fantastic race, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if he doesn't speed there, he's in the top 10, isn't it?
Hmm.
And you're in the shot. You're in the mix. 45 to go. 43 to go. No, it's 48 to go, isn't it? Bum, 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 bum. Stingray
Okay.
Rob's in, Callum's in. A whole bunch of pitters. Rasmus is in.
It's a long way out.
2 cautions, that's all you need, I think. And you could fuel save to the end.
Here's a gamble. It's a long way out.
So I'm pretty sure the primary pack, when they were on lap 88, they pitted lap 33, which is bang on 45.
Yeah, but look, Larson 100% has been for the complete Indy 500 package has been, right? Qualifying insane, ran the majority of the race in the top, and the drive-through penalty isn't like a real massive driver error. Slowing down is one of the hardest things to do, right? At those top speeds. IMS. Classic. What facility, eh?
What a facility. Got to be when you're hosting the biggest sporting event of the year.
Sky Studio coverage is awful. Oh no. What's going on in the coverage, John T? What is going on? So we just had a kind of pause, a just taking moment before the chaos that is. Oh my God. There is a UFO.
There is a UFO.
There is a UFO that is abductive debris from the track.
Advanced technology.
Stay calm, people.
Roger has made contact with aliens and he's getting them to help up with the clean out.
Yeah, we've really explored every option into improving and getting this race back under way as quickly as possible. And yeah, I think, the best place for us to do that is to explore the alien route.
Thanks to my friends from Xeon 9.
Fine, Barnhart. Your Alexander looks real quick out there. We back ourselves. Let's go. Stilted presenter and a very bored Mark Blundell.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging in so late, guys. Don't be silly. It's the Indy 500. We love it, right?
To be fair, those Sky guys did have to fill like 3 hours of pre-race content.
Yeah.
It was 2 hours because they ended up just showing the replay of last year. Yeah. To be fair, at the start, Mark Blundell wasn't particularly too enthusiastic.
I think what you have to be positive about is that Tom is actually genuinely really passionate about IndyCar. So that is at least a positive. I think he has a hard job because he's only a single commentator at times, but he genuinely does like the series. He's not someone who's just filling in, right?
Right.
Right? Joseph Newgarden. Here we go, guys. We're getting ready. One big last push. Let's hope we go green to the end and have a cracking end to this Indy 500. Cannot wait. It's unfortunately has been an Indy 500 full of cautions, but hopefully we can still have an exciting climax to it, right?
Yeah, hopefully. All the ingredients are in the cooking pot. We are stirring the pot. Hopefully, food's good.
Exactly right. Exactly. Yeah. In terms
One
of
to green.
Obviously, Don saying we love kind of staying up. We're always going to stay up for the Indy 500, but we'll probably shoot off pretty sharpish off the checkered flag. Not because we wouldn't want to hang out with you guys, but it will be well past midnight in the UK, and we probably can't go too shouty for neighbours. And also, Mum upstairs, she would not be best pleased.
Dixon is the has taken over the mantle of the Honda curse, leading Honda curse. Only thing he's got to fight against at the moment.
You know what's also fun? Sato's back in the top 10.
Sato. Here we go. Green, 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 green.
Here we go. Dixon leads us to green for the first time on a restart. Will it be his race? It's going to be interesting to see. Most of the front runners have thing. Okay, Dixon's just been blown out the water by the two McLarens there. They just said, goodbye, Dixon. They just pincer movement him and went straight
over,
past.
old man.
Newgarden's flown past Palou. So again, showing that kind of Chevy engine is looking like it has the power streak at the moment. Castro Neves, not a great restart. Sato's not a great restart. Ferrucci, pretty good restart. Daly's had a poor restart there. He was running as high as 4th, but it's dropped down to 8th position. In their VK, not a great one. So it is looking like it is O'Ward and Dixon versus the main strat guys. O'Ward retakes the lead. This will probably be a lot of interchanging, I imagine, between O'Ward and Rossi, just to make sure that they, keep on each other's slipstreams and working rather than helping anyone else, right? But Dixon's right up there with it. He's hanging on.
Scotty Mack finds himself back in P7, talking about him looking good with the fastest car, going into equal strategies and not looking good. This is the worst point of the race to have a poor setup for your run. If he's got the balance wrong, like Will Power did early doors.
Great overtake by his teammate as well on him, Joseph Newgarden. Mega overtake. And
goes
then
again.
Runs with Palou past VK.
Past below.
Oh, wow. Look at that. That is Joseph Newgarden.
That's a 500 winner right there.
Unbelievable. And this is the stage where you want to be making those big moves and making them stick. That was proper throw it all out on the line. Again, Dixon's going to struggle here with these two McLarens going. Will it be McLaren's time? O'Ward, Rossi. I think Rossi would be a big fan favourite to win it. American driver. When was the last? No, I'm not going to ask a stupid question. When was the last time an American driver won it? Last year. Stupid. Okay, as we draw in to the last 40 laps pretty much here at the 2024 108th running of the Indy 500. Big sponsors this year. The bike riders coming to cinemas. Austin Butler.
Sounds quite a fun movie.
It does. And I guess it's motorsport related in terms of bikes.
They were leading very much on, if you like anything with a motor, this is your movie.
Wow, they've got to, right? Looks like the race for 5 is maybe over for another year. Castro Neves looks like he's dropping down to 16th. Probably got too much to do at this stage. Those McLaren's
in such a dream spot right now.
Like, this was their ideal scenario.
They have both strategies covered. Drivers in 1-2, swapping positions. Such a dream spot for them right now. This is what we thought Penske would do all race. But it fell apart for them.
I don't even think McLaughlin's up there with him, is he? Because I think it's Palou. That's behind Newgarden.
Yeah, McLaughlin's still P6.
Dixon doing his best to just hold on to these two, but they are just working their way and trying to just create some sort of a gap that gives them a lead, and then obviously to have themselves as a straight shootout to the end for this. I think pit row is going to be so important here come the end of the race. It really is that big chance to make last stops, but yeah, just any sort of advantage into pit row, I think these two are trying to get, right?
Yeah. And McLaren, the McLaren guys have been really good on pit lane so far, and that's a jinx and a half. Yeah, you think Joseph Newgarden,
your own guy,
the number 2 crew. I wasn't specifically mentioning a McLaren pit crew, but Joseph Newgarden's number 2 crew, always one of the best at the 500.
At the 500, at every race circuit we go to in this IndyCar season, the number 2 crew are one of the best in the business. And when he's in the top 4 going into the final stages of the Indy 500, looking to make it back-to-back Indy 500s. Last back-to-back winner was Dario Franchitti. Am I right? I'm pretty sure on that basis. And Joseph Newgarden is looking in a very good position. He now is... If we are using that experience card, I'd look to back Newgarden over McLaughlin. But who knows? Who knows? Pit row, it can all change on pit row going into this last one. But yeah, let's hope it stays green. When's this? So pit window's probably going to be around about what? Any time from 165 onwards?
I'd say it's open from here on out. Going green, I think 165.
35 laps to go. Daly just hanging on to that top 8 at the moment. Not doing too bad. It's still a super strong contention for him at the moment and driving really well in Indy. You know, if Conor Daly keeps doing this impressive stuff, there is the hope maybe later on, while he's still got it, that he maybe gets a shout from maybe a Andretti or a Chip Ganassi to go from there. But again, look at them going, just working it so well, these twos. They are literally just managing it perfectly. It's just going to eke out those extra couple of laps for them too, ahead of them.
Dixon, though, playing the smart game. He's hanging on, but he's just letting them punch the air together. He's in prime fuel saving spot.
And he's also just sitting there, right?
Yeah.
He's just sitting there.
He's not using anything he doesn't need.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. If Kiflin passes Larson, he'll be Rookie of the Year. Potentially. Oh, Rasmussen has had a right fall off.
Yeah.
He's all the way back down in like 21st, I think.
Our biggest mover. Alas.
Fell away. This is so tight.
Just waiting for that last stop, because then that's when it's like
everyone is now just setting. They are just setting. Arrow, 5 years out.
Jeez, I'm tense. I'm nervous.
Stephen, this is the most tense you will see Stephen in an Indy 500 going into the closing stages with Pato in a legitimate chance of winning his first Indy 500.
So I've been here before, though.
I've been here. Would this be Zach Brown's biggest win ever? Surely, right? Winning the Indy 500 it's got to be the biggest. Only thing that would probably top it is an F1 championship. Right?
Yeah.
For him.
There's no big race in F1 that means anything near that the 500 does.
Absolutely, it would.
Rossi's in. This is it.
Okay, Rossi blinks first. Who else goes in?
Everyone else should get an extra lap because they weren't punching.
Who's going to pit to cover? How long will O'Ward and Dixon go?
I think Newgarden's probably going to be in next because he was an early stopper. Dixon should be the last one to pit.
Ferrucci's probably due the pit as well.
Dixon's going to take the lead.
So there is plenty of pace in that Ganassi car. It was just that teamwork that was making, and I suppose Dixon now is just wanting to get some clean air and just put in some hot laps.
Yeah, just full send it.
Use the slipstream from the pit stop. Veteran work there on the ovals from Dixie. He knows this is huge. Not only is it to win an Indy 500.
Look at this pace he's just unleashing.
But for the championship as well, right?
Newgarden's
that goes in. Newgarden's in.
Scotty's in.
And is that Daly as well?
I think that was Stingray.
No, I think it was Daly.
Is that Daly? It was Daly. You're right. Stingray's gone, wasn't he?
This is getting tight. It's getting tense. This is where everyone blinks. How good are you going to be in pit road? And it's not necessarily a race with everyone going in. It's nice with this split strategy. So it's out laps, it's in laps are huge at this stage. Dixie is way up into the 223s, 225s. It's roughly been about what the race pace has been, but he looks like he's really flying out there. And is that Dixon in? I think that's Dixon in.
That Dixon in? Yep.
That's Dixon in.
Dixon in.
And okay, so this is Dixon's last one. Palou stays out. Palou, VK, Kirkwood, and Ferrucci all stay out. I guess they're going to go for just that little bit of extra. But surely at this stage, let's go from there. So Dixon, O'Ward, Castro Neves, Lundgaard.
Great stop. Oh, not great stop. Dixon nearly stalls it. Oh my God. Would not expect that from. I think that would have cost him the position. I think it has. Dixon nearly stalls it on pit road. It's like we're going back to him. His speeding penalty. Let's see. I know Dixon still keeps track position.
I guess it was just like mega in-laps, right? It's bought him some time so he could afford it.
He had about a second advantage.
But Newgarden goes into P2. Now the hunt is on. Last 15 laps.
No more teamwork. Newgarden takes the de facto lead. The two McLaren guys just behind.
It's a straight fight at this point. Like I said, straight fight at this point. Looks like it's probably going to be a four-way fight. And fair play to Connor Daly. Looks like he's right up there. Although Alex Palou is, well.
Yeah, considering Connor Daly was on the second to last row of the grid, mighty impressive.
Yeah, what a great run this has been from Connor Daly today.
Could sneak a top 5.
It's like Scotty Mack's going to make the move.
Oh, this is beautiful. 4 guys. You could even say the Connor Daly, Scotty Mack and Plur in this fight as well, but
I don't think Connor Daly's in, but I do think Palou and Scotty Mack are in it.
Newgarden take the lead.
25 laps to go. This is it. This is what the Indy 500 is all about.
Just want it all green from here on now.
Exactly, all green from here on now, and this is going to be a great, great finish. Is this technically Dixon and Newgarden working together against the McLarens?
I know there wouldn't be any team.
I don't know. They're 2 experienced guys and know that they've got 2 teammates who are going to help each other out.
It's probably just one not wanting to lead the race too much at this point.
Yeah, you're still quite a way out in the window, right?
Yeah. Too early to check out.
What are they going to do?
Scott Dixon versus Joseph Newgarden.
Is that the title?
Pre-Palou, these guys were just trading championships.
Who's that? Is that Stingray?
Carl Kirkwood? How's Carl Kirkwood in the mix?
Jeez.
Well, he fell off that one, but Carl Kirkwood is in the mix.
Wow. And a drive-through as well that he suffered.
Yeah. Geez, the McLarens are struggling. Unless they're just saving. Unless the McLarens are going for an early save in this last stint.
It's a long way to go. 22 laps out. Jeez, if this goes green, this is going to be hell of a finish.
Carl Kirkwood's hanging on as well. Carl
Ed
Kirkwood is here
Carpenter
to play.
leads the Indy 500. Caution, caution, caution.
Jeez.
McLaughlin's gone, I think. He's out of it.
Thank God VK's coming out in front of him. But it's what we feared with Scotty Mack. He didn't quite have that end of the race experience. Why? No, he has been close in previous years.
Yeah. And he's obviously done those ovals with Joey Newgarden. I mean,
it did feel perhaps they didn't quite nail the setup or the balance on that second to last stint.
You do probably have the 2 best oval runners in the series in 1 and 2 right now.
Battling it out, yeah.
$21 laps to go. It's tense. It's a fight. I don't think if anyone's going to make a late run, they've got to go now.
20 to go.
Carl Larson is currently first.
There we go. I feel like they were leaving him out just to say he led it up of Indy.
What? It's tough know to what to say at this stage because you know they're just changing. And they are literally it is the equivalent. These are what you probably call filler laps in a stint. In terms of now you're so close, you're just like going, okay, who's doing it? That's quite a big one though.
Traffic has helped Newgarden pull a lead.
Who is that? Is that Canapino? getting his way in the way there?
Canapino Grosjean, isn't it?
Oh, it would be Grosjean, wouldn't it? Wanting to. It is.
Dixon struggled and allowed Rossi to come into it.
It is Grosjean. Grosjean is going, I may not be competing, but I'm going to have my say.
Now, who's Grosjean falling out with?
Could be Dixon Dunn. Well, Rossi.
Yep. Oh.
If they don't get past Grosjean.
Still 18 to go. 17 to go. And Newgarden is just there. Grosjean's going to unlap himself. Grosjean's got serious pace here.
It's getting dark at IMS. Rossi can taste it. I can only imagine what Steph is thinking, Rossi girl. She must be sweating as much as you.
Jeez. 17 to go. I say 10 to go and it's all guns blazing. Next 7 laps I'm not too fussed about.
What is Roman doing?
If he's got the pace. If he was the last pitter, he would have had the freshest rubber and lowest fuel.
Yeah.
So he's got the pace. Just send it. But now he's out of the equation. Well, he's now in the equation on the bad side of Joseph Newgarden. Jeez.
Has Dixon managed to hold third?
Yep. Dixon survived the Pato.
Oh, that's a big move by Rossi. Big move. Pulled through.
God.
Alexander Rossi.
Roman Grosjean.
Can he stop it? The double.
Grosjean should honestly just check out. Maybe that's what he's doing. He shouldn't be getting involved in this. Either he overtakes them all and just goes, or he checks out. Don't get in the mix here.
Ashley Newgarden looking super nervous. She was here last year.
Rossi into the lead. 15 to go.
Dixon's gone. Is it a 3-way fight between these guys? Pato's got to get past. Pato's got to get past. He's got to get past quick, Pato, if he's going to stay with the group.
Goodness me, and he does. Makes the move on Roman.
I suppose Carl, it's riskily, but he's still there.
Yeah, incredibly so. He fell off our radar. He's going to sneak in top 5 if he holds on. Oh, Jesus Christ.
14 laps to go. It's Canapino, not Grosjean. Is it Canapino? I thought it was...
Yes, I guess, because it's saying Canapino's a lap down.
Canapino. Augustine. Pato now comes into the mix, gets past Dixon. Is it going to be the straight shootout for the McLarens? It is. It is Canapino.
Did Dixon and Newgarden go too early in the stint? Did the McLaren boys just save enough for the final burst?
13 laps to go. Like you said, last 10. That's going to be the raring shootout, right?
Yeah. Oh, just please stay green because this is good.
This could be our best Indy 500 finish that we see. Carl Kirkwood has got past. Is he going to get enough to get on the back of it? Oh, no, he hasn't got past. He's got to get past Canapino.
Oh, my God. This is insane.
Whew.
This is insane.
It feels like these four feel like Dixon's just
190
waiting.
laps, and it's all come down to this. It doesn't matter how good you've been, like Scully Mack.
And
It's where you show up in the last 10.
not necessarily the fastest car wins. It's the best strategy often wins at Indy. 11 laps to go on the back straight. Castro Neves, 0102. Al Senior, 7071. Bill Vukovic, 5354. Wilbur Shaw, 3940. Great names to be involved in there. I'm sure Dario Franchitti did it. 25 miles left. It's Rossi. Don Davis is backing Rossi here.
Did Dan Fritti do back-to-back championships?
Yeah, potentially. That might be it. He might have a gap between his 500s. Whew.
Ten to go. We're in single digits now.
New Garden's now starting to put the hammer down, right? Oh, but then there he is, Rossi again. Rossi's been here before, though, with Simon Pagenaud. Didn't quite come off for him that last time. Will it come off for him this time?
This is Rossi checking out. This is Rossi's dash.
It's just anything. If you can break the slipstream, just get any sort of kind of advantage at this stage.
Scott Dixon got anything left?
I don't think he has, but Carl Kirkwood does get past.
Carl's got too many cars. Too many cars in the way.
8 laps to go. I don't know. You get a good run.
Oh.
This is unbelievable. This is what Indy 500 is all about. 8 laps to go. I think we are just in the lost for words stage in terms of I just don't know which way it's going to go. I'm just praying for green, and I just don't know which way it's going to go. Both tight.
Pato makes a move, Rossi. But he's compromised both of them a little bit there. Is that going to be enough for Newgarden? Newgarden gets a gap. He gets a bit of a safety gap. Costs Rossi. That bold move from Pato. There's no more friends teamwork here. That cost Rossi big time. It was a bold move on the inside. Man, this is business end. Can't be working in a team anymore.
Just feels like Scott Dixon just doesn't quite have enough.
No, in the Honda
McLaughlin
power.
Gets past Kirkwood.
Cole.
So Palou and McLaughlin have now come in.
The late charge from
the
yellows.
This is so close. You're right. So close. 6 laps to go. There he goes. Pato is there. Pato is there with Newgarden. Pato has experience on ovals as well. First win Super Speedway at Texas, wasn't it?
Yep. As he takes the lead with 5 to go.
I think it's these 3. I don't think Dixon's got an answer.
Jesus. No, I think Dixon's now got too many cars in front of him. Rossi, if he gets a run, if it gets a bit scrappy between Pato and Newgarden, possibly Rossi's got a run.
First difference with 1988. Back then, it was not close. Look at this. Well, I'm glad that is a difference. Newgarden goes. Rossi's right there. Dixon still is just about there. 4 laps to go. All it takes is a good run. Is that the run? Is that the position?
Maybe. That's a gap.
At this stage, you're begging for any sort of gap. 4 laps to go. As they come round 3, into the short shoot, into 4. Newgarden leads. Pato's on his tail. Out of 4. Pato getting close. Looks like he's got the run on him. Is he going to go early or is he going to wait? He looks like he might go. I think he's going to hold in between, hold him behind. Newgarden leads into 1, into the short shoot of 2. Ran into 2 onto the back straight. It looks like it's going to be a shootout between Newgarden and Pato. Rossi might still have something else to say, but it's 3 laps to go here at the 2024 edition of the Indy 500. Has Newgarden, is he going to be the first back-to-back winner since Helio Castroneves in 2001, 2002? It's been a fantastic race from Newgarden. He's just stuck in there. He's fought around the top 5 all day. He's weaving, but is it enough? Pato definitely has a look. Pato has a look. Is he going to go? Is he going to go? No, he's going to hold. One more lap.
Newgarden's got it. Newgarden's got it. The gap's not there.
2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. Short shoot. He's got to be brave. He knows that the one move, it's the chance, right? It's down the back straight. He stays in the slipstream. He's got to be close. He's got to be close. Here he goes. Is he going to make the move? Is he going to make the move? He's just going to hold. He's going to hold. That was deliberate hold. Deliberate hold. Out of 3. Newgarden still leads into the short shoot. It's going to be final lap. Out of turn 4. Newgarden's coming into the white flag. Pato, here he goes. Pato makes his move. Pato is going to lead into the last lap in the Indy 500. He just has to hold it down the back straight. Turn 1 into the short shoot. Has he got enough? Has he got enough? It looks like Pato might have enough. Turn 2. I just can't wait to see Stephen's face after this. He's broken the slipstream. Is it enough? Is it enough? Newgarden's going to have one last chance of this going down the main straight. Is Newgarden going to get it? Is he going to get it? Turn 3. Newgarden goes. Newgarden goes. Can Pato hold on? Is it enough for Newgarden? Is he going to be back-to-back winners out of turn 4? Joseph Newgarden, it looks like it's enough. Here he goes. Newgarden crosses the line. He is a back-to-back winner of the Indy 500. 2-time winner. Joseph Newgarden. Woo!
Oh, wow. Man.
What a win. What a win. What an overtake. What an overtake. Elton, you're right. Back-to-back number 2. Let's go. Man just made over $3 million today.
Jesus Christ. It went green all the way.
It went green all the way.
The
what
overtake
a finish.
on turn 3.
Jeez. Pato, so close, so close. Did he just do the overtake too early on that turn 1? Jeez.
Was the aggressive defense on the
yeah, was it just turn. Too much? Penske
went
wins
way
again.
Off the track. Jeez.
They were favourites, and we did back. If a Penske was going to win it, I didn't see it being Scotty Mack. I saw it being Newgarden or Power. Newgarden. Unbelievable.
Does it
Unbelievable. Again. Does it again. Back to back. First one since other Penske driver, Helio Castroneves, done it. He's joined by his crew. They can't believe it. He's done it. They're fighting him. Get off me. Get off me. He's going. Is he going to do the Helio? He's going into the crowd again. It's the Joseph Newgarden crowd surf. Here he goes. 2 from 2. Let's go, baby. Let's go. He's going up. He's going up. He's going in. He's going for the crowd. Joseph Newgarden. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a drive. What a drive. What an Indy 500. The cautions. Turns out the main strap did pay off in the end, but what a drive. What a hold there. And I did say, now that he's got his monkey off his back for 2, you had to kind of think that Joseph Newgarden, he's so strong on ovals. He's so strong on all courses in this series. Is it his year? Does he finally get that championship again? But he's Indy 500 winner once. He's Indy 500 winner 2. He's not going to win any kind of gold medals at the Olympics this year with dismounts like that. But unbelievable. Jason Newgarden. Unbelievable.
Jeez.
Guys, what a win. What a race. Well, let's hear that conspiracy theories would come out about his win. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Guys, it's been a privilege as always.
That was mental. That was
Stephen
actually
has
so
the heartbreak.
good.
It was such a good finish.
I'm so glad it went green all the way because that was an ending we deserved.
Absolutely right. And that's the ending Joseph Newgarden deserved. It feels like there may have been maybe questions over the red flags last year, but there is no questions over the red flag. Well, there wasn't any red flags. It was green all the way to the end there with about, 25 laps to go, 30 laps to go.
50, wasn't it?
We didn't have so close. He made his move too early.
Yeah.
Wow. Internet conked out and had to be restarted. Watch the last 25 on TV. Unbelievable. You guys doing a watch along for Detroit. Is that next week?
If it's next week, I'm here for next week.
We will try and do the Detroit, like we said, we'll try and do as many. We weren't going to miss the 500, and we're not going to miss the 500 next year as we'll be there in person. But wow, unbelievable. Joey Newgarden, he's done it. That is the big one. 2 from 2. He's now a 2-time. Wow.
It's so tough on Pat.
And over his great championship rival, Scotty Dixon, in terms of Scotty Dixon has waited years for a second one. Joseph Newgarden waited years for his first one and gets the second one straight off the bat.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Brilliant.
Because Newgarden makes the move. Newgarden made the move on Ericsson where Pato's made on Newgarden this year.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if the defense on the back straight.
Or I think purely it was Joseph being there literally the year before.
Possibly, yeah.
Knowing what to do on that last lap shootout, right? Yeah. And Pato just hadn't done. He's like, I've got to make my move and I've got to try and break the stream. He just didn't do it. Just couldn't find a way. 2023 could have been better, but this year was epic. Absolutely. Absolutely. Pato should have known what to do too. He should have known. But look, man, Joseph Newgarden, he is one of the best in the business, right? One of the best in the business. And he may not have won the championships in these last few years, but he is an unbelievable driver in the series, and he is the best American driver out there for, I don't know. You guys probably tell me he's been the best American driver since when, but he's unbelievable, Joey Newgarden. Unbelievable. What a win. What a win. And
did he go too wide there?
This is it. This is it.
Full off the track. Has that cost him too much?
What a move.
Yeah.
What a move, to be fair.
Solid.
It's regardless, Pato's defended hard on there, but what a move in terms of that is proper balls to the wall stuff. That is it. Newgarden had a car that could stay out front. O'Ward didn't. Yeah, absolutely. I think Pato will be super strong next year and possibly win it. Well worth the wait. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, Stephen, that's it, right? And that's what we're going to Indy, for you to go and see Pato O'Ward win his first Indy 500 next year. But Joseph Newgarden, take nothing away this year. Incredible, right? Absolutely incredible.
I don't think he's done a lot wrong, to be honest, Pato.
He's done great.
Only thing is he goes too inside out of the exit off.
I don't know. You can say that, but the Penske's were the quickest car for the whole of 500, right?
Yeah. But has he just... I don't know. I don't think he's done a lot wrong.
He's defended it well. Newgarden's just bang. And that's the difference in the setup of the cars, right? That is the difference. That has got to be the worst feeling in the world, right, as a driver, where you're literally so close and just willing that car to come towards you. But he's gone. He is gone. Unbelievable. Joe New is now in rare air. Exactly. Yeah. 2-time Indycar champion, 2-time Indy 500 champion. Joseph Newgarden, they say on the forums. Nice. Here we go. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, guys, look, it's been a privilege to share the Indy 500 with you guys, as always. We'll try and do as well. We will. We'll get some sleep. Fairly well indeed. Yeah, what is it? 5-1 here in the UK. But what a race. What a race. And what a wait. I'm glad we got it in the end. Guys, have a great one. We'll see you kind of at a race soon. We'll hope it's the next one in Detroit. All right. And yeah, Joseph Newgarden. What a win. But Pato.
Heartbroken.
Good effort. Good effort. But I guess, Stephen, there's only one thing to do.
Don't you start this bit?
I don't know. I might do.
If
ding that bell, subscribe. I don't know. We don't even do that stuff anymore. If you're here by now, you're the ones who've stayed.
Like, subscribe, and ding that bell.
Like, subscribe.
But for now, race fans,
you Indy fans, Keeeeeep Racing.